Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 1, on the title. One recent night, while traveling by train from the city toward Ingenio Novo, Bentinho met a young man from the neighborhood whom he knew only by sight. The young man sat beside him, commented on the moon and the ministers, and finally began to recite some verses. The trip was short and the verses were not entirely bad, but as he was tired, Bentinho ended up closing his eyes for a few moments. The young man interrupted his reading immediately and put the paper in his pocket. When Bentinho awoke and asked him to continue, the young man murmured that he had already finished. Bentinho tried to praise the composition, but the young man, visibly annoyed, gave up on showing the rest of the text. The following day, the young man began to utter insults against Bentinho, culminating in the nickname Dom Casmurro. The neighbors, who already criticized Bentinho's habit of seclusion, promptly adopted the moniker. Bentinho was not bothered by the episode and began to recount what had happened to his friends in the city, who started calling him by the nickname in invitations to dinners, trips to Petropolis, or outings to the theater. The term Casmurro here should not be sought in dictionaries, but understood as the common people understand it, a quiet and introspective man. The title Dom was added out of irony, attributing to Bentinho the air of a nobleman. As Bentinho found no better name for his own narrative, he decided to keep this title until the end of the book. Thus, the young poet from the train will know that there is no rancor, and with a little imagination may even believe that the work belongs to him, just as happens with so many other books that retain from their authors only the title. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 2 of the book. Bentinho now lives in isolation, accompanied only by a servant in a house he had built in Ingenio Novo. The desire that moved him was to faithfully reproduce the residence where he spent his childhood, on the old Rua de Matacavallo. With the help of a builder and a painter, Bentinho recreated the structure of that vanished dwelling, repeating the layout of the rooms, the veranda, and even the decorative details on the walls, such as the garlands of flowers and the medallions with classical figures which, although lacking clear meaning to him, were part of the aesthetics of the time. Bentinho's goal with this reconstruction was to join the two ends of his existence, attempting to restore in old age the atmosphere of his youth. However, he realized that although the external setting was identical, the essence of who he himself was had changed irremediably. For Bentinho, trying to relive the past in this way was like disguising the signs of time, an effort that preserved only the external appearance but failed to recover the internal vitality. His longtime friends had already departed, and new acquaintances could not fill the void of that existential gap. Despite recognizing that his current life, though different and monotonous, was not necessarily worse, Bentinho felt the weight of isolation. Boredom led him to seek an intellectual occupation, discarding themes such as jurisprudence or politics for lack of strength. It was then that, looking at the figures painted on the walls, he felt inspired to write his memoirs. Instead of an arid historical chronicle, he decided to narrate his own trajectory, hoping that writing would bring back the shadows of his bygone days. Animated by the idea, Bentinho took up the pen to record his memories, starting with a November afternoon that, although distant, remained alive in his memory as a fundamental landmark of his history. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 3, The Denunciation. Upon arriving at the living room in November 1857, Bentinho heard his own name being spoken and on an impulse hid behind the door. Inside the room, the conversation revolved around his destiny. José Diaz questioned Bentinho's mother about her persistence in the promise to send him to the seminary, suggesting that a difficulty was hindering the plan. After checking that the hallway was empty, he revealed his concern regarding the closeness between Bentinho and Padua's daughter. According to him, the boy spent too much time with the girl, and her father seemed to encourage such proximity, which could create a bond difficult to break in the future. Bentinho's mother, however, downplayed the warning, arguing that they were merely two children, 15 and 14 years old, who had grown up together since the Great Flood that occurred a decade earlier. She saw no reason for suspicion in the habitual interaction of the young people. Uncle Cosme, present in the room, agreed with his sister, treating José Diaz's suspicions as mere imagination and preferring to focus on his backgammon game. Despite the family's resistance, Bentinho's mother reaffirmed that the time to send him to the seminary was near. José Diaz took the opportunity to discourse on the importance of the clergy in Brazil, citing examples of religious figures who held positions of power in national politics. Uncle Cosme, maintaining his skepticism, criticized José Diaz's political opinions and questioned the necessity of that religious promise, suggesting that Bentinho's mother reconsider the decision. Uncle Cosme's insistence on the weight of that old promise ended up moving Bentinho's mother, who began to cry. Cousin Justina approached to console her, while the room was filled with a heavy silence. José Diaz, sensing the discomfort caused, apologized, stating that his words were motivated only by duty and the affection he felt for the family. Although the moment left Bentinho hidden behind the door in a state of deep confusion and emotional turmoil. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 4. A Most Bitter Duty. José Diaz was a man who harbored a particular inclination for superlatives. For him, the use of these expressions was a resource to confer a monumental dimension to ideas, or, in their absence, a means of lengthening sentences. At a given moment, he stood up to fetch the backgammon set that was kept inside the house. Bentinho, observing the scene while leaning against the wall, followed his passage. José Diaz's attire drew attention for its combination of starched white trousers, stirrups, a short jacket, and a spring-loaded cravat. He was among the last men in Rio de Janeiro to use stirrups, keeping his trousers short to ensure the fabric remained impeccably stretched. The black satin cravat, structured by an internal steel hoop, kept his neck immobilized, following a fashion of the time. The chintz jacket, although a light and domestic garment, took on the appearance of a ceremonial frock coat on his body. At about 55 years old, José Diaz presented a thin and gaunt appearance, with initial signs of baldness. As he stood up, his gait was marked by a characteristic slowness. It was not the dragging step of laziness, but a calculated movement, almost like a complete syllogism, where each gesture seemed to follow a rigorous logic of premise and conclusion. For Bentinho, that scene of José Diaz's departure represented a most bitter duty. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 5. The Dependent. The family dependent José Diaz did not limit himself to a rigid or sluggish demeanor. He possessed a natural versatility, alternating between agile gestures and a solemn posture as the gravity of the situation required. His laughter, though at times devoid of real intent, was contagious and seemed to envelop his entire person. He had been a part of Bentinho's life since birth, having appeared at the old Itiguaí estate as a self-proclaimed homeopathic doctor. After curing the overseer and a slave of an epidemic of fevers, refusing any initial payment, he was invited by Bentinho's father to reside on the property. Although initially reluctant, he accepted living in the house, receiving only small gratuities on special occasions. When the family moved to Rio de Janeiro, José Diaz accompanied the move, settling into a room at the back of the estate. Years later, faced with a new outbreak of fevers in Itiguaí, he finally confessed to Bentinho's father that he possessed no medical training. He explained that he had adopted the title only to promote homeopathy, based on the manuals he carried, and that his conscience did not allow him to continue treating the sick. Despite having declared himself a charlatan and asking to be dismissed, Bentinho's father, who already considered him an indispensable part of the family, kept him in his position. After the death of Bentinho's father, José Diaz demonstrated deep grief. Bentinho's mother, as a sign of gratitude and esteem, insisted that he remain at the estate, a request he promptly obeyed. The will of Bentinho's father included a small legacy and a formal commendation for José Diaz, which he kept in a frame hanging over his bed as a precious honor. As time passed, he attained a position of authority and influence within the house, always exercised with caution and in the form of an opinionated obedience. José Diaz cultivated a modest elegance, keeping his old clothes always impeccable. Although his reading was superficial, he possessed varied knowledge that he used to entertain the family during meals or to explain natural and historical phenomena. He frequently mentioned a trip to Europe and the existence of friends in Lisbon, but reiterated that, after God, Bentinho's family was what mattered most in his life. This demonstration of devotion, combined with his respectful behavior, maintained the favor of Bentinho's mother, while he assisted Uncle Cosme with bureaucratic legal tasks. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 6, Uncle Cosme. Uncle Cosme had lived with Bentinho's mother since she was widowed. He was also a widower, as was cousin Justina, forming a trio of widowers under the same roof. Although he held a law degree, Uncle Cosme did not prosper in criminal law, maintaining a modest office on the old Rua des Violas. José Diaz would accompany his defenses in court and at home, would weave praises for the lawyer's performance, which always drew a satisfied smile from Uncle Cosme. The uncle was a fat man, with short breath and a sleepy gaze. Bentinho vividly remembered the morning routine in which he saw his uncle mount the mule that his mother had gifted him. The process was slow and laborious. The man needed several pushes and considerable physical effort to finally manage to settle into the saddle, a moment when the animal often manifested a sign of discontent with the weight received. One afternoon, Uncle Cosme decided to force Bentinho, then 9 years old, to mount the animal. The boy, who was afraid of horses, fell into despair and began to scream for his mother. Dona Gloria promptly came to his aid, removed her son from the mount, and consoled him. Uncle Cosme, in turn, questioned the mother about the boy's fear, arguing that, even if Bentinho did not follow an ecclesiastical career, he would need to know how to ride to move socially among other young men. The mother, however, maintained her protective stance, ignoring her brother's criticisms regarding the boy's lack of courage. Bentinho only learned to ride much later, moved more by the embarrassment of not knowing how than by personal taste. At the time, malicious comments suggested that the learning was linked to romantic interests, something that was no longer part of Uncle Cosme's reality. The uncle, who in his youth had been a man of political and romantic passions, had transformed over the years. Age and obesity had attenuated his former vigor, leaving him only with professional obligations and the habit of spending his free time playing games or making jocular remarks. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 7, De Gloria. Bentinho's mother was a woman of kind nature. When she was widowed by Pedro de Albuquerque Santiago at the age of 31, she refused the opportunity to return to Itigui. She preferred to remain near the church where her husband had been buried. To support her life, she sold the farm and the slaves, investing the capital in rents, bonds, and real estate, settling definitively in the house in Matacavalos, where she had resided since the final years of her marriage. She belonged to the Fernandez family, a lineage that traced back to ancestors from Minas Gerais and Sao Paulo. In the year 1857, Maria de Gloria Fernandez Santiago was turning 42. She retained traces of her youth, although she tried to hide them under an austere appearance. She dressed invariably in dark clothes, without adornments, wearing a black shawl fastened to her chest by a cameo and at times a white cap. With silent steps, she circulated through the house, managing all the domestic chores from dawn until dusk. Bentinho keeps the portrait of his parents on the wall, which has resisted the passage of time. Although the painting has darkened, it is still possible to identify the features of both. Of his father, Bentinho retains only vague memories of a tall man with voluminous hair, whose eyes painted in the picture seem to follow him during his childhood. The portrait of his mother reveals a woman of striking beauty, who at 20 years old posed for the artist, offering a flower to her husband, in a gesture that suggested a union of rare harmony. Observing those images, Bentinho reflects on the nature of marital happiness, comparing it to the luck of a lottery prize. To him, the portraits function as a record of that affection, as if his mother, in handing over the flower, were reaffirming her devotion, while his father, with his gaze, seemed to take pride in his wife's affection. Bentinho is unaware of the eventual difficulties or sorrows the couple may have faced, for before his birth, their lives were a mystery to him. He remembers only his mother's tears after her husband's passing, but the paintings remain to this day as a preserved testimony of that happiness, as if they were snapshots of a time that does not fade. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 8. It is Time. Bentinho recalls with clarity that November afternoon, a moment of serene light and freshness which seemed to reflect the peace of the house and the street where he resided. For Bentinho, that instant marked the true beginning of his existence, as if everything that had occurred previously were merely the prelude to a spectacle. He compares past events to the preparations of a stage, such as the dressing of the actors, the lighting of the lamps, and the tuning of the instruments before the rising of the curtain. Bentinho felt that his own opera was about to begin. He recalled the lesson of an old Italian tenor who, throughout his life in Rio de Janeiro, used to define existence as an opera. Bentinho explains that this definition had been conveyed to him so convincingly that he came to believe in it piously, to the point of considering it necessary to dedicate an entire chapter to sharing this reflection. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 9. The Opera. Marcolini was a man who, although he had lost his voice, insisted on the contrary, attributing his bad spell merely to disuse. Old, but still maintaining the bearing of one who had courted princesses, he frequented Bentinho's house for dinner. On one of those nights, after drinking wine, Marcolini defended the thesis that life is nothing more than a great opera. According to him, the world is a stage where tenors and baritones vie for sopranos under the watchful eye of basses and choruses, with a complex and constant orchestration. Marcolini then explained to Bentinho his particular vision regarding the creation of the universe. He described God as the poet and Satan as a talented young musician, expelled from the celestial conservatory for rebellion. Upon being expelled, Satan took with him a libretto written by God, which the Creator considered unworthy of his eternity. Satan composed the music for that text, and seeking reconciliation, presented the score to the Eternal Father. God, however, refused to hear the work, allowing it only to be performed outside of heaven. For this, God created this planet as a theater and organized the entire company necessary for the staging. Marcolini explained that, by having refused the initial collaboration, God allowed the opera to proceed without rehearsals, which generated certain mismatches between the lyrics and the music. While some critics point out flaws, obscurities, and exhaustive repetitions in the composition, admirers of Satan consider the work masterful, arguing that the conductor may yet amend the less inspired parts. On the other hand, defenders of the poet claim that the music corrupted the original meaning of the drama, introducing grotesque elements that were not foreseen in the sacred text. The old tenor concluded that this piece will last as long as the theater exists, with ever-increasing success. According to his interpretation, God and the musician receive their royalties in different ways, following the logic that many are called but few are chosen, with the creator's payment being in gold and the conductor's in paper. Upon noticing that Bentinho found the story amusing, Marcolini became agitated, asserting that it was not a joke, but the absolute truth. To him, everything in the world, from the simplest objects to the events of life, is part of this same eternal musical score, whose profound meaning would one day be revealed to men. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 10. I Accept the Theory. Bentinho reflects on the idea that metaphysics might be excessive for a singer, suggesting that the loss of one's voice would be the explanation for many philosophers, whom he describes as unemployed tenors. Upon analyzing the theory of his old acquaintance Marcolini, Bentinho decides to accept it, not only for its plausibility, which is often confused with the truth itself, but because it fits his personal trajectory perfectly. Bentinho acknowledges that his life has been marked by a succession of harmonies, moving from a most tender duet to a trio, and subsequently to a quartet. However, he prefers not to anticipate the facts and turns his attention to the specific afternoon when he became aware that he was already singing. This revelation occurred through a denunciation made by José Diaz, which, according to Bentinho, was directed primarily at him. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 11, The Promise. As soon as the dependent disappeared down the hallway, Bentinho emerged from his hiding place and ran to the back veranda. He did not concern himself with his mother's tears, for he already knew that the cause of them were the old religious plans made for his future. That promise dated back 16 years, when his mother, after losing her first child, made a vow to God that if her second child were a boy, she would dedicate him to the clerical life. Bentinho's mother kept the secret even after her widowhood, although the fear of being separated from her son made her postpone the moment. Being a deeply religious woman, she sought to confirm the obligation with family members and summoned Father Cabral to teach Bentinho his first letters, Latin, and doctrine at home, thus delaying the boy's departure to the seminary. Bentinho's childhood was shaped by this expectation. Toys, books, and domestic conversations pointed toward the altar. When attending Mass, his mother always instructed him to observe the priest attentively. At home, Bentinho and Capitu used to play at celebrating Mass. Capitu acted as the sacristan, and during the improvised ceremony, both would share a host that was, in reality, a sweet. The neighbor used to ask if there would be Mass that day, and Bentinho would provide the sweet for the ritual. The haste to consume the host was such that the prayers in Latin were rushed, and the ceremony proceeded without wine or water, so as not to spoil the taste of the sweet. As time passed and Bentinho reached the age of 15, the subject of the seminary seemed to have been forgotten. Feeling no vocation whatsoever, Bentinho hoped to follow the path of the world, and not that of Saint Joseph. However, his mother would frequently watch him with a melancholic gaze or hold his hand tightly, as if she feared the moment when the promise would need to be fulfilled. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 12, On the Veranda. Bentinho remained on the veranda, seized by a profound agitation that left his legs trembling and his heart racing. Unable to proceed to the small farm or the neighboring yard, he paced back and forth, stopping only to lean against something, while the words of José Diaz echoed in his mind like a constant warning about the closeness between him and Capitu. That environment, amidst bricks and columns, seemed to hold the essence of that inner crisis, blending a strange satisfaction with a sense of guilt. In his state of restlessness, Bentinho found comfort in nature, imagining that even an old coconut tree or the birds around validated the naturalness of that friendship between youths of 14 and 15. The idea that he loved Capitu and that she returned his feelings began to take on real contours in his consciousness. Recalling the moments they shared, Bentinho remembered the constant proximity, the simple gestures, such as the touch of hands or the complimenting of hair, and the conversations that, although they seemed trivial, now acquired a new meaning. He relived the stories that Capitu told about extraordinary dreams, where both appeared united in fantastic adventures, contrasting with his own dreams, which only reflected daily familiarity. Upon noting the difference in the complexity of these accounts, Bentinho remembered having suggested that the beauty of Capitu's dreams was a reflection of her own nature, which left her visibly embarrassed. Only at that moment, under the weight of José Diaz's observations, did Bentinho understand the nature of that sweet and unprecedented emotion that had invaded him. The silences, the half-spoken words, and the redoubled attention he had dedicated to Capitu in recent times gained a clear meaning. He realized that his thoughts were fixed on her, both in his daily activities and during Mass, and that the impact of any mention of Capitu's name in his house was now much more intense. The revelation brought by José Diaz, far from causing resentment, awakened in Bentinho an absolute acceptance of that new reality. The fact of loving and being loved in return filled his spirit in an overwhelming way, making him feel that he could embrace the entire world. That first manifestation of his consciousness, the awakening of that feeling, would remain forever in his memory as a unique and incomparable revelation, marked by the strength of being at the same time his own and the first of his life. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 13, Capitu. Upon hearing Capitu's mother call her from inside the house, Bentinho felt an irresistible impulse to move. Without reason guiding his steps, he descended the stairs and headed toward the neighboring yard, crossing the small connecting door that had existed in the wall since their childhood. That space was a landmark of their past games, when they would simulate formal visits and tend to sick dolls, with Bentinho playing the role of the doctor and Capitu that of the dedicated companion. Capitu's mother's voice sounded again, ordering the girl to stop scratching the wall and come inside. Bentinho hesitated, feeling his legs heavy, but eventually forced his way through and entered the yard. He found Capitu by the opposite wall, occupied with making marks with a nail. Upon noticing Bentinho's presence, she leaned against the wall in a movement that suggested a desire to hide something. Capitu noticed Bentinho's troubled expression and questioned him insistently about the reason for his restlessness. Bentinho, overcome by an emotion that seemed to overflow, could barely articulate words. He observed Capitu, who at 14 maintained a striking presence, with her dark hair in braids and an attentive gaze. Although he tried to deny it, the girl's insistence led him to admit that he had news. Bentinho pondered, in a swift mental calculation, whether he should reveal that he was about to enter the seminary, using that information to gauge the feelings Capitu held for him. However, the confusion of his thoughts prevented him from speaking clearly. When he tried to approach the wall to see what she had written, Capitu hurried to erase the marks. That gesture of concealment only intensified Bentinho's curiosity, and he wished more than ever to discover what was written there. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 14, The Inscription. The instant that followed the discovery was immediate. Bentinho jumped up, and before she could hide the mark on the wall, he read the two names engraved with the tip of a nail: Bento and Capitolina. Upon turning to her, he noticed that Capitu kept her eyes lowered, but she soon raised them, allowing both to exchange a profound look. In that childhood scene, there was no need for words, for the inscription on the wall declared what they felt. Without moving, their hands slowly reached out, meeting and clasping in a gesture of union. Bentinho remembers that night with the clarity of one who, despite his young age and mastery of the rules of writing, was still unaware of the complexities of love. Their hands remained joined, oblivious to time, while their gazes crossed repeatedly. Bentinho felt as though he were before Capitu, as if he were before an altar, attributing to that proximity a solemn and pure meaning. Between them, there was no room for the use of the voice, for the words, incapable of being uttered, returned to the heart. In that stillness, the union of their hands fused the two into a single creature, while their eyes continued to express infinite feelings, protected by the silence of a moment that seemed to contain heaven itself. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 15, Another Sudden Voice. A male voice interrupted the moment between Bentinho and Capitu. It was Capitu's father who appeared at the back door accompanied by his wife. Upon noticing his presence, Bentinho and Capitu quickly let go of each other's hands, visibly disconcerted. Capitu went to the wall and, using a nail, began to erase the names they had written there. Her father, named Padua, warned his daughter not to damage the plaster. To disguise her actions, Capitu began to draw a profile on the wall, claiming it was a portrait of her father, which made him laugh and soften the mood. Padua was a man of short stature, robust build, and limited movements, characteristics that earned him the nickname Turtle among those who knew him at Bentinho's house, although no one called him that in his presence. Padua asked if the two of them were playing the game of seriousness. Bentinho, still under the impact of the interruption, could not react, but Capitu promptly replied that they were, justifying that Bentinho could not maintain the seriousness required for the game. She tried to incite Bentinho to laugh to prove her version, but he remained serious, unable to feign laughter in front of her father. After a few frustrated attempts, Capitu gave up and went to join her mother, leaving Bentinho and Padua alone. Capitu's father commented, with a certain tenderness, on how his daughter seemed more mature than her age. Then, Padua asked about Bentinho's mother and mentioned his professional occupations, complaining about the excess of reports he had to write at night. To end the subject, Padua invited Bentinho to see his euphonia and the various cages scattered around the yard. Although Bentinho wished to follow Capitu to talk about the situation, he felt he could not refuse the invitation. Padua was a bird enthusiast, keeping several species in his house, caring for them with dedication and treating them with almost human attention, in addition to dedicating time to the exchange and capture of new specimens. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 16, The Interim Administrator. Padua was a civil servant in a department linked to the Ministry of War. Although his salary was modest, the cost of living was low, and the thriftiness of his wife, Donna Fortunata, ensured the family's financial balance. They lived in their own home, acquired years earlier thanks to a lottery prize. On that occasion, Padua had considered extravagant spending, but it was his wife's prudence, supported by the advice of Bentinho's mother, that convinced him to invest in the property and set aside the rest for emergencies. The relationship between the families was close, and Bentinho's mother had often provided assistance to the neighbors. On one occasion, Padua temporarily held the position of administrator of the department, where he worked during the absence of the incumbent. The temporary increase in income caused a change in his behavior, leading him to superfluous spending, new clothes, and a more active social life, in the conviction that that situation would last forever. However, upon returning from his commission, the permanent administrator resumed his post, and Padua suddenly found himself stripped of the role. In a state of deep distress, he sought out Bentinho's mother, declaring that he could not bear the humiliation of losing the position, and that he was considering taking his own life to avoid dishonor before his family and society. Bentinho's mother, with firmness and good sense, rebuked Padua's despair, advising him to assume his responsibilities as a father and to maintain his composure. After the meeting, Padua remained for days in a state of prostration, isolating himself in the house or the backyard, under the worried gaze of Donna Fortunata. Fearing that her husband might actually carry out his threat of suicide, she once again asked for the help of Bentinho's mother. Upon finding him near the well, Bentinho's mother ordered him to go on living and fulfill his obligations, rejecting any justification for his despair. Padua, feeling compelled to obey, accepted the guidance. As the weeks passed, melancholy gave way to routine. Padua returned to taking an interest in household chores and resumed his social life, until serenity and joy returned completely to his life. Curiously, over time, the period in which he had held the interim administration transformed, in his memories, into a mark of pride. Padua began to refer to that time frequently, using the period as a temporal reference for all the events of his life, turning a brief professional experience into a central point of his own history. Regarding the episode, José Diaz commented that it was a case of surviving vanity, while Father Cabral saw in the neighbor's recovery a lesson about the trials of life. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 17, The Worms. The phrase about the capacity to wound and to heal led Bentinho to reflect on the spear of Achilles, which possessed the same contradictory power. His interest in the subject was such that Bentinho even planned an academic dissertation to explore the common origin of this concept between pagan mythology and Israelite thought. To investigate it thoroughly, Bentinho turned to old and forgotten books, examining their pages and comparing their contents in search of answers. In a gesture of almost obsessive curiosity, Bentinho even observed the very worms that inhabited those works, hoping to find in them some revelation about what had been consumed by time and by the insects. Bentinho questioned one of the worms, a long and robust specimen, about the meaning of the texts it was gnawing. The creature replied with indifference, clarifying that worms possessed no knowledge of the content they devoured. According to the worm, they made no choices, nor did they harbor feelings of love or hatred for what they destroyed, limiting themselves only to the mechanical act of gnawing. Bentinho could not obtain any further useful information, as the other worms repeated the same justification, as if they had agreed upon a single response. Bentinho concluded that this silence about what was consumed was perhaps just an even deeper facet of the very act of destroying the pages. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 18, A Plan. Bentinho and Capitu were in the living room, immersed in the news that so distressed the young man, his imminent departure for the seminary. Upon hearing the account, Capitu turned pale and at first remained silent, with a vacant gaze and a frozen expression. Bentinho, feeling the weight of that hesitation, swore repeatedly that he would never be a priest, invoking solemn promises regarding the hour of his death. Capitu, however, seemed distant, like an inanimate figure. When she finally reacted, her speech came laden with unexpected irritation, directing insults at the religious piety of Bentinho's mother. The young man was stunned by his friend's outburst, especially because she had always shown affection for his mother. Even in the face of Capitu's insistence on criticizing the lady's devotional habits, Bentinho tried to temporize, feeling powerless before the young woman's fury. He reiterated his promise to declare at home, that very night, his absolute refusal to enter religious life. Capitu, after a moment of reflection, changed her posture and became more serene, questioning Bentinho about the details of the conversation he had had with his family and the role of José Diaz in the episode. Bentinho told everything he knew, harboring a strong resentment against José Diaz, whom he considered a bad man and responsible for the plan to send him to the seminary. He even promised that, when he was the master of the house, he would not allow the dependent to remain there for another instant. Capitu listened attentively, analyzing every circumstance and seeking to understand the tears of Bentinho's mother. Upon concluding that the lady's intention was not malicious, but rather the fruit of an old and God-fearing promise, Capitu softened her tone, which brought relief to the young man. The conversation continued, punctuated by the passing of a coconut candy seller in the street. Capitu, although she liked sweets, refused the offer, while Bentinho bought the treat. The seller's cry, which recalled childhood games, seemed to bother the young woman. In a moment of reflection, Capitu suggested that, if they were rich, Bentinho should flee to Europe. Although the idea was fanciful, it revealed the nature of Capitu, who preferred sinuous means and gradual strategies to achieve her goals, rather than direct confrontations. Capitu dismissed the idea of asking Uncle Cosme or Cousin Justina for help, considering that the most effective path would be to persuade José Diaz. She advised Bentinho to approach the dependent with firmness, showing that he would, in the future, be the master of the house, and suggested that the young man propose studying law in Sao Paulo as an alternative to religious life. Bentinho felt a new sense of encouragement with the suggestion. Capitu reinforced the instructions, insisting that he should ask with naturalness and confidence, as if the fulfillment of his desire were an obligation of those who heard him. The young man promised to follow the plan, while Capitu reviewed every detail, ensuring that he understood exactly how he should act to convince the adults. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 19, Without Fail. Bentinho returned home during the night. The journey was made in haste, but his mind was occupied with crafting the approach he would take with the dependent. He carefully planned the request, selecting each word and the tone he should adopt, seeking a balance between sobriety and benevolence. Once at the estate, before crossing the threshold of the house, Bentinho rehearsed what he would say aloud to test the sonority and its suitability to the instructions he had received from Capitu. The plan was to request an urgent conversation for the following day, leaving the choice of location to the discretion of the interlocutor. Bentinho pronounced the words slowly, emphasizing the need for the meeting to take place without fail. Upon repeating the phrase, he felt that the tone sounded excessively dry, almost harsh, which seemed inappropriate for a young man addressing an older man. He hesitated and sought other alternatives, but eventually concluded that the original words would serve well, provided they were uttered with an intonation that would not cause offense. As he rehearsed again, Bentinho's tone transformed into something almost supplicating. He realized that he simply needed to find the middle ground without leaning into harshness or excessive sweetness. Bentinho reflected on Capitu's observation and reaffirmed to himself that the house belonged to him, and that the dependent, being a capable person, would be fully able to act in his favor and thwart his mother's plan. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 20, A Thousand Our Fathers and 1,000 Hail Marys. Bentinho observed the sky as it began to darken, turning his thoughts toward a higher refuge in an attempt to find a solution for his fate. In an impulse of desperation, he promised to pray 1,000 Our Fathers and 1,000 Hail Marys if José Diaz could manage to prevent his departure for the seminary. The number was high, consistent with the accumulation of promises that Bentinho had failed to fulfill over the years. Since childhood, he had developed the habit of requesting divine favors in exchange for prayers that would be paid later, but laziness and procrastination always caused him to postpone the settlement of these debts. As time passed, the promises became a succession of lapses in memory. Bentinho tried to compensate for old debts with new promises, but the cycle of negligence only grew. At that moment, however, the gravity of the situation demanded a complete reparation, for what was at stake was the course of his entire existence. He reflected on the possibility that his recurring forgetfulness might lead to a divine refusal, which left him restless. Bentinho pondered various ways to settle that spiritual debt. He even considered alternatives such as having 100 masses said or climbing the Gloria Hill on his knees, according to the stories he had heard from the old enslaved women. However, each of these options presented practical difficulties or the risk of new moral indebtedness. The climb up the hill seemed too painful for his knees, and other alternatives, such as a journey to the Holy Land, proved unfeasible due to the distance. Thus, the dilemma remained in his mind, in search of a solution that could definitively settle his moral arrears. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 21, Cousin Justina. Upon finding Cousin Justina walking on the veranda, Bentinho was immediately questioned about his whereabouts. He explained that he had been talking to Dona Fortunata and had become distracted, worried about whether his mother had noticed his absence. The cousin replied naturally that she had told Bentinho's mother that he had already returned. This confession of a lie surprised Bentinho, for although his cousin was a frank and direct woman in her opinions, she was not accustomed to admitting falsehoods. Cousin Justina was a 40-year-old lady, thin and pale in appearance, who lived in the house out of a mutual convenience between her and Bentinho's mother. As they walked under the light of a lamp, the conversation soon turned to the religious plans that Bentinho's mother nurtured for his future. When asked if he liked the priestly life, Bentinho answered evasively, stating that the life of a priest was beautiful. His cousin insisted on the question, wanting to know if he truly wished to follow that path, to which Bentinho replied that he would accept whatever his mother desired. Justina then revealed that, although Bentinho's mother held that desire, there was someone in the house who constantly insisted on the subject. Upon being prompted by her, Bentinho concluded that it was José Diaz. The cousin confirmed his suspicion, detailing that very afternoon, José Diaz had reminded Bentinho's mother of the old promise to send him to the seminary. Justina criticized José Diaz's insistence, describing him as someone who lived to feed the idea with eloquent and affected speeches, acting according to her only to cause harm without any true faith. She advised Bentinho to pretend he knew nothing, suggesting that José Diaz was plotting something against him. Bentinho tried to probe whether his cousin knew about his involvement with the neighbor, but she only made an enigmatic gesture, indicating that there was something more she could not reveal. In the end, Bentinho asked his cousin to intercede with his mother so that he would not have to follow the religious life. Justina promptly refused the request, explaining that the resolution of Bentinho's mother was firm and old, dating back to when he was still a child. She stated that she would not work to cause misfortune, but committed to telling the truth if she were consulted directly by Dona Gloria, arguing that Bentinho should only follow the ecclesiastical career if he truly wished to. Otherwise, she would opine that it would be best for him not to follow it. Finally, she reiterated that she would not take the initiative to speak to Bentinho's mother about the matter without being called. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 22, Other Sensations. Bentinho regretted having made the request and concluded that he should have followed Capitu's advice. Upon trying to withdraw, he was detained by cousin Justina, who struck up a conversation about the heat, the feast of the Immaculate Conception, memories of oratories, and finally, about Capitu. The cousin did not speak ill of the young girl. On the contrary, she suggested that she might become a beautiful woman. Bentinho, who already considered her the most beautiful creature in the world, restrained the impulse to proclaim such admiration out of discretion. When cousin Justina began to praise Capitu's behavior, seriousness, and zeal, both with her work and with Bentinho's mother, he felt encouraged to agree enthusiastically. Between words and gestures of approval, happiness overflowed on his face, without Bentinho realizing that, with that reaction, he was confirming the suspicions previously raised by José Diaz. Only upon lying down did Bentinho reflect on the scene. He recalled how cousin Justina's eyes seemed to observe every detail of his reactions, as if seeking to decipher his most intimate feelings. Bentinho dismissed the possibility of jealousy, considering the disparity in age between a young man and a widow of 40. Although, as time went by, cousin Justina began to criticize Capitu's vivacity and the way she looked, Bentinho maintained the conviction that it was not a matter of jealousy. He came to believe that his cousin found in the spectacle of Bentinho's emotions a way to relive her own memories, as if it were possible to enjoy life through the influence of stories narrated by others. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 23, Deadline Set. Bentinho felt an urgent need to speak with José Diaz and requested a meeting for the following day, leaving the choice of location up to him. The tone used by Bentinho was direct and imperative, which seemed to cause surprise in José Diaz, who was accustomed to a more submissive and hesitant posture from the young man. The approach took place in the hallway, just after José Diaz finished reading a work by Walter Scott to Bentinho's mother and cousin Justina. José Diaz's reading was marked by a theatrical and rhythmic intonation, which gave grand proportions to the descriptions of the settings and the stars present in the text. As they said goodbye on the veranda, José Diaz agreed to the meeting and suggested that they walk along the street under the pretext of doing some shopping, proposing that he would ask for Bentinho's mother's permission. It was confirmed that there would be no lessons the following day, and with a cunning posture, José Diaz stated that he already understood that the matter to be discussed was of extreme importance and seriousness. The execution of the plan took place as expected, with a single logistical change. Due to the intense heat, Bentinho's mother did not allow them to go out on foot, which forced both to use public transport. However, José Diaz reassured Bentinho, ensuring that they could get off the vehicle as soon as they reached the entrance of the Paseo Publico, thus maintaining the objective of the conversation. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 24, of Mother and Servant. José Diaz surrounded Bentinho with a dedication that blended maternal zeal with the posture of an attentive servant. As soon as Bentinho began to leave the house more frequently, José Diaz assumed the role of his constant companion, dispensing with the need for an official page. He took care of every aspect of Bentinho's routine, from the organization of his books and footwear to his personal hygiene and the care of his speech. When Bentinho was 8 years old, José Diaz would correct his occasional errors in plural agreement, balancing a seriousness necessary to maintain authority with a gentle smile that sought to soften the correction. This assistance also extended to formal studies. In the Latin, doctrine, and sacred history lessons taught by Father Cabral, José Diaz was always present, offering his comments and reflections of a religious nature. At the end of each lesson, he would usually ask the priest if his young friend did not show remarkable progress. To Bentinho's mother, José Diaz spared no words of admiration, stating that, although he had known many intelligent boys in the past, Bentinho surpassed them all. He further emphasized that the boy already demonstrated solid moral qualities for his tender age. Bentinho, although he did not fully understand the weight of that praise upon his character, felt genuinely satisfied with the recognition he received. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 25, At the Paseo Publico. Bentinho and José Diaz walked through the Paseo Publico amidst the melancholic movement of the few people who frequented the place. During the walk, Bentinho tried to strike up a conversation about the garden, but José Diaz soon seized the opportunity to reprimand the young man for his choice of company. The dependent disapproved of Bentinho's closeness to the Padua family, criticizing that man's demeanor and making negative observations about his daughter, Capitu, whose eyes he described in a critical manner. Although Bentinho tried to defend Padua by mentioning compliments he had heard the neighbor pay to José Diaz, the dependent maintained his position of disdain, reinforcing that he would not change his opinion regarding the neighbor's bad company. Upon reaching the terrace, while observing the sea, Bentinho felt that this was the moment to seek José Diaz's support for a delicate matter. After some hesitation and shyness, Bentinho confessed that his mother wished to see him become a priest, but that he had neither the vocation nor the desire for such a life. The young man explained that he was willing to obey his mother in any other career, even if it were something simple, as long as it was not the priesthood. José Diaz listened to the outburst with visible astonishment, clearly surprised by the young man's resistance. The situation became even more tense when Bentinho openly asked the dependent to help him avoid the seminary. José Diaz was stunned, for he knew that the promise of educating her son was Dona Gloria's greatest dream. Bentinho insisted that the dependent had enough influence to intercede with his mother, appealing to the admiration the family held for José Diaz's talent and advice. The dependent, feeling flattered by Bentinho's words, reaffirmed his appreciation for the family, but showed hesitation in opposing Dona Gloria's plans, revealing that Bentinho's mother had recently reiterated her desire to send him to the seminary. Even in the face of José Diaz's resistance, Bentinho remained firm, arguing that there was still time to change his destiny and that he would accept studying anything else, such as law, if necessary. The young man made it clear that his refusal was not out of laziness, but out of a deep conviction that that path was not his own. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 26, The Laws Are Beautiful. José Diaz's expression transfigured, revealing an idea that gladdened him deeply. After a brief silence, he turned his gaze toward the horizon and pondered that it was already late, but to demonstrate his willingness to help, he committed himself to interceding with Dona Gloria. Although he could not guarantee success, he assured him that he would strive with all his dedication. He questioned Bentinho about his true vocation, highlighting the beauty of the laws and the possibility of studying in Sao Paulo, Pernambuco, or at distant universities. José Diaz suggested that Bentinho also seek the support of his uncle and appeal to divine protection. Bentinho agreed with the guidance, even though he made a hesitant comment about the will of God. José Diaz rebuked the remark, reminding him that the divinity holds dominion over all things, and advised him to pray for his own happiness. He discoursed with enthusiasm on the superiority of the laws, without failing to emphasize the sanctity of the ecclesiastical life, and envisioned the possibility of accompanying him on a study trip abroad. In his view, they could travel through foreign lands, learn various languages, and see the world, while Dona Gloria might not be able to face the practical difficulties of the journey. When asked by Bentinho if he would really ask his mother to avoid the seminary, José Diaz replied that he would make the request, although he acknowledged that asking was not the same as obtaining. With a contagious enthusiasm, he described the wonders of Europe and, in an unexpected gesture of euphoria, performed a pirouette. That possibility of returning to the European continent alongside Bentinho throughout the entire period of his studies seemed to fulfill one of his greatest ambitions. He ended the conversation by reiterating, with great spirit, that they were already aboard that new journey. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 27. At the Gate. Upon arriving at the gate of the Paseo, a beggar held out his hand asking for alms. While José Diaz continued on his way without stopping, Bentinho felt the weight of his thoughts turned toward Capitu and the seminary that awaited him. Moved by this reflection, Bentinho took 2 coins from his pocket and handed them to the man. The beggar, in a gesture of gratitude, kissed the coins he had received. Bentinho took the opportunity to ask the man to pray to God for him, with the intention that he might realize all his desires. The beggar readily agreed, treating Bentinho as a devotee. Then, Bentinho clarified to the man that his name was Bento. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 28. In the Street. José Diaz walked with visible contentment, abandoning the solemn posture he usually maintained in the streets to assume a restless and expansive demeanor. He gestured constantly and commented on everything he saw, forcing Bentinho to interrupt his stride in front of every shop window or theater poster. With enthusiasm, he narrated the plots of various plays and recited excerpts of monologues in verse. During the journey, José Diaz fulfilled all his tasks, paying bills and collecting house rents, in addition to purchasing a lottery ticket for himself. As time passed, the agitation gave way to his habitual seriousness, and he resumed his measured way of speaking, laden with superlatives. Bentinho, without realizing that this transition was natural, feared that he might have changed the decision previously made. For this reason, Bentinho began to treat him with gestures and words of affection, maintaining this stance until the moment they both boarded the bus. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 29. The Emperor. During the journey, the omnibus in which Bentinho was traveling had to stop, as the Emperor was coming from the School of Medicine. As was the custom, the passengers stepped out into the street and removed their hats as a sign of respect until the imperial procession had passed. At that moment, a fantastic and almost desperate idea arose in Bentinho's mind. He imagined that he could approach the emperor, tell him all his dilemmas, and request that His Majesty intervene with Bentinho's mother to prevent him from being ordained a priest. Bentinho believed that, faced with an imperial request, Dona Gloria would certainly yield. In his fantasy, Bentinho visualized the emperor listening attentively to his pleas and agreeing to intercede. In the dream, the monarch arrived at Dona Gloria's house, causing a great stir in the neighborhood, which watched the illustrious visit with astonishment. The emperor, in a benevolent manner, suggested that Bentinho should not follow a religious life, recommending instead the study of medicine. The monarch extolled the nobility of the profession, highlighting the quality of the local school's professors and the importance of caring for the health of one's neighbor. In that imaginary scene, Dona Gloria, flattered and obedient, accepted the emperor's suggestion, and he took his leave with courtesy under the gaze of the crowd. Bentinho felt comforted by that vision, believing that the imagination, in its fertility, was capable of creating solutions for the impossible within a simple corner of an omnibus. However, the consolation lasted only a few minutes, for the mental plan soon dissolved, bringing Bentinho back to reality and to the ordinary faces of his fellow travelers. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 30. The Most Holy. The desire to remain in Rio de Janeiro, overriding the plans for studies in Europe, occupied Bentinho's thoughts as he headed to meet Capitu. During the journey on a bus, the sound of a bell announced the passing of the Most Holy Sacrament. José Diaz, accompanying Bentinho, decided that they should follow the procession. Upon arriving at the sacristy, they encountered Padua, Capitu's father, who also intended to participate in the act. A dispute arose between José Diaz and Padua over the possession of one of the poles of the canopy. The sacristan initially sought a conciliatory solution, but José Diaz imposed his will, arguing that the honor of the pole should be granted to the young seminarian, referring to Bentinho. Despite Bentinho's hesitation to accept the distinction that took the opportunity away from Padua, José Diaz's will prevailed. Padua, annoyed, had to settle for a torch, while Bentinho and José Diaz took their places under the canopy. The procession continued through the streets, where the scene awakened in Bentinho a feeling of solemnity. Upon arriving at the residence of the sick woman, a widow, Bentinho observed the woman's daughter, a young girl in the midst of crying over her mother's situation. The fragility of that scene and the young woman's visible pain deeply touched the youth, who, overcome by a mixture of compassion and memories of his own family, moved away to a hallway. In that moment of introspection, the image of Capitu appeared in his mind, transforming the melancholy into a sensation of vivacity. The environment, previously marked by mourning, seemed to take on the contours of a celebration, which led José Diaz to discreetly reprimand Bentinho's laughter. Upon returning to the church, the weight of the pole seemed lighter, and the gaze of the crowd upon the procession brought a new disposition to Bentinho. While he felt elevated by the honor of the canopy, he observed that Padua followed the path in bitterness, unable to accept the inferior position that had been destined for him in the ceremony. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 31, Capitu's Curiosities. Capitu showed a strange satisfaction at the possibility of a long separation, should the plan to send Bentinho to study in Europe materialize. When Bentinho confided his grand plans to her, she asked him to put the emperor aside and focus on the promise made by José Diaz, questioning him anxiously about when the dependent would speak to Bentinho's mother about it. Bentinho explained that there was no set date, only the promise that he would act as soon as possible. Capitu insisted on hearing every detail of José Diaz's responses and gestures, asking Bentinho to repeat even the pirouette the dependent had performed. She analyzed every word and movement with meticulous attention, as if she were cataloging the information in her memory. Bentinho observed that Capitu was a singular creature, demonstrating a maturity and an understanding of life that surpassed his own at that time. Capitu's curiosity was a striking trait of her personality. She wished to learn about everything, from household chores to more complex knowledge. Although she had attended a school from an early age where she learned the basics, she sought to learn how to make lace from her cousin Justina. When Father Cabral refused to teach her Latin on the grounds that it was not a language for girls, this very impediment awakened in her an even greater desire to master the language. She also tried to study English with a friend of her father's and learned to play backgammon with Uncle Cosme, demonstrating ease and dedication in all these attempts. Bentinho recalls a moment when he found Capitu drawing a portrait of his father, copying a canvas that hung in the living room. Although the technique was rudimentary, the speed and memory with which she executed the work impressed Bentinho, who saw in her great potential for the arts. Capitu also nurtured an interest in the piano, read the house's books of engravings, and sought information about ruins, historical figures, and military campaigns, often turning to José Diaz for explanations. Once, Capitu interrogated the dependent about the figures portrayed in the living room. José Diaz, with his habitual erudite tone, discoursed on Julius Caesar, which caught Capitu's attention, especially upon hearing about the power and riches attributed to that historical figure. The mention of a highly valuable pearl mentioned by José Diaz fascinated Capitu, leading her to question Bentinho's mother about the jewels she wore in her own portrait. Capitu sought to know details about coronation parties, the coming of age, and various other themes, demonstrating an insatiable appetite for knowing facts, customs, and memories of the past that made up the universe around her. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 32, Eyes Like the Tide. Curiosity was a constant trait in Capitu, and Bentinho kept for the future the account of certain episodes in which both learned from and taught one another. A few days after the agreement with the dependent, Bentinho went to visit his friend in the morning. Upon arriving, he found Dona Fortunata in the backyard, who immediately directed him to go to the living room to surprise her daughter, who was combing her hair at that moment. Bentinho entered with caution, but ended up being noticed by Capitu. She interrupted what she was doing and immediately asked if there was any news. Bentinho denied it, explaining that he had only stopped by to see her before Father Cabral's arrival for the daily lesson. Then, the main subject of the conversation returned to José Diaz. Capitu showed anxiety about the dependent's delay in intervening with Bentinho's mother. He explained that José Diaz intended to approach the subject with caution, first sounding out his mother's disposition before presenting the request definitively. Capitu expressed her doubts about the dependent's real influence, fearing that he would not achieve the expected result, and insisted that Bentinho remain firm in his demand that the plan be executed that very day. Faced with Bentinho's promise, she calmed down. He, remembering the definition given by José Diaz regarding Capitu's eyes, asked to observe them closely. Capitu allowed the examination, although she found Bentinho's attitude strange. He, in turn, found nothing extraordinary in the color or sweetness of her eyes, but the way he stared at her caused Capitu's expression to transform. Bentinho described that sensation as a mysterious force, comparing it to a sea undertow that dragged anyone nearby into itself. He felt that, upon seeking her gaze, he was taken by a deep and dark wave, almost losing himself in the intensity of that moment which, although brief, seemed to last an eternity. To regain control and end that state of absorption, Bentinho proposed, in a relaxed manner, to help Capitu comb her hair. She doubted her friend's ability, but faced with his insistence, she ended up accepting the challenge. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 33, The Hairstyle. Capitu turned toward the mirror, turning her back to Bentinho. He took her hair, smoothing it with the comb from her forehead down to the ends that reached her waist. As Capitu was a little taller, Bentinho asked her to sit down. She accepted, commenting with a laugh that they would see if he would be a good hairdresser. Bentinho continued the work with extreme care, dividing the hair into 2 equal portions. He was in no hurry, savoring the contact with the strands. The process was slow, at times hindered by clumsiness or on purpose, just so he could redo what he had begun. The casual touch on Capitu's back brought Bentinho a sense of contentment. He wished that moment could be eternal, as if he could weave braids that would encompass the infinite. Upon finishing the braiding, Bentinho reached for a ribbon on the table to tie the ends. After finishing the bow and carefully adjusting the shape of the hairstyle, he announced that the work was done. Capitu asked if it had turned out well, and Bentinho invited her to check in the mirror. Instead of standing up, Capitu tilted her head back so that Bentinho had to support her with his hands to prevent her from getting hurt, as the back of the chair was low. He leaned over her, both of them with their faces close, in inverted positions. Bentinho asked her to lift her head, warning her about the discomfort in her neck and even joking that she looked ugly that way, but Capitu remained in the same position. They remained in silence, observing one another until the gesture was completed. Immediately afterward, Capitu stood up quickly and Bentinho retreated to the wall, feeling dazed and speechless. When his eyes returned to normal, he noticed that Capitu kept her gaze lowered. Bentinho remained motionless, unable to articulate any phrase or gesture, overcome by the intensity of the moment experienced by 2 15-year-olds. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 34, I Am a Man. The sudden arrival of Dona Fortunata interrupted the moment between Bentinho and Capitu. With agility, Capitu recomposed her posture, and upon noticing her mother's presence, shed her previous expression to replace it with a clear and spontaneous laugh. She promptly justified the scene by explaining that the young man was helping her fix her hair, displaying her braids with enthusiasm. Dona Fortunata, showing benevolence, praised the result, to which Capitu, with a touch of graceful disdain, undid what had been done to redo her hair in her own way. The mother, although she called her daughter a silly girl, watched them both with tenderness, even if a hint of suspicion appeared in her eyes upon noticing Bentinho's silence and restrained behavior. Bentinho tried to articulate words to disguise his state, but felt incapable of speaking. The impact of what had just occurred paralyzed him, causing his words to retreat into his inner self, as if they judged him incapable of dealing with his own emotions. While Capitu dissembled with naturalness, Bentinho remained in absolute silence. The situation was resolved by Dona Fortunata, who warned him about his Latin lesson with Father Cabral. Taking the cue, Bentinho said goodbye and withdrew, still hearing from afar the mother's warnings about her daughter's behavior. Upon reaching his room, Bentinho did not head to the lesson, preferring to sit on the bed while mentally reliving the scene. His state of introspection was absolute, causing him to lose track of time and space, concentrated only on the memory of the contact he had had with Capitu. In a moment of sudden awareness regarding the change he was experiencing, Bentinho exclaimed aloud that he was a man. Fearing he had been heard, he checked the hallway, but upon confirming that he was alone, he repeated the affirmation to himself. The satisfaction that this recognition brought him was immense, comparing it to the discovery of a new world. For Bentinho, that instant surpassed any other previous revelation. While past events, such as José Diaz's suspicions or the marks on the wall, seemed only superficial parts of reality, the kiss represented the essence, the flesh and blood of the experience. By reaffirming his condition, Bentinho felt that the fate of the seminary became a surpassed danger, a nightmare that no longer belonged to him. His nerves and his blood confirmed the conviction that he was not destined for the priesthood. That memory, the sweetest and most revealing of his youth, remained as the definitive landmark of his personal discovery, surpassing, in intensity and importance, all other memories he accumulated throughout his life. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 35, The Apostolic Protonotary. Bentinho walked toward the living room feeling the weight of his secrets, fearing that his countenance might reveal something that would worry his mother. Upon arriving, he realized that no one paid him any attention or offered any reprimand, for the house was taken over by the enthusiasm for a piece of news. Father Cabral had been named an apostolic protonotary by papal decree, a title that caused admiration and pride in everyone, especially Uncle Cosme and cousin Justina, who struggled to pronounce the unfamiliar term. The priest explained that it was an honor, not necessarily an administrative position, which led Uncle Cosme to envision a brilliant future for Bentinho, suggesting that he, too, could achieve such a distinction. Father Cabral walked through the room, visibly satisfied with the pomp of his new title, agreeing that on formal occasions he should be addressed by his full title, but that in daily life the term protonotary would suffice. When José Diaz arrived, he praised the appointment, although he tried to steer the conversation toward political matters, which did not prosper. Bentinho, feeling relieved not to be questioned, greeted his Latin tutor, who, in a gesture of affection, granted him a vacation. Bentinho's joy was tempered by José Diaz, who reminded everyone that the study of Latin would remain indispensable, regardless of whether Bentinho followed an ecclesiastical career or not. That was the first seed planted by José Diaz in the conversation, preparing the ground for Bentinho's future. Bentinho's mother, with a look that mixed love and sadness, reaffirmed her desire for him to become a priest, to which Father Cabral promptly added the possibility of Bentinho becoming a protonotary, even suggesting a name for the future post. Bentinho felt an impulse of revolt upon hearing his name associated with that expectation, but he remained silent. Father Cabral, still fascinated by his own glory, continued to speak about Bentinho's future ordination, offering to intercede with the bishop. The scene ended with an invitation for the priest to dine at the house, an invitation accepted with an enthusiasm that revealed the Latin tutor's fondness for the delicacies of that kitchen. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 36, An Idea Without Legs and an Idea Without Arms. Bentinho moved away from the others under the pretext of playing in order to reflect on what had occurred that morning. The thought occupying his mind was the desire to go to the neighboring house, find Capitu, and repeat that specific gesture they had shared. It was, however, an idea without legs, for although his will was intense, his body seemed incapable of making the necessary movement. Only after some time did Bentinho manage to walk slowly to his destination. Upon arriving, he found Capitu in the parlor, sitting on a chaise longue dedicated to her sewing. She did not look at him directly, but cast a furtive, dissimulated glance his way. Her hands stopped working as soon as the needle became stuck in the fabric. On the other side of the table, Bentinho felt the words flee once again, and the silence stretched on for long minutes. Eventually, Capitu abandoned her work, stood up, and waited for him to take the initiative. Bentinho approached and asked if her mother had mentioned anything about what had happened, to which she replied in the negative. The way Capitu spoke seemed like an invitation, leading Bentinho to rehearse a gesture of approach, which caused her to retreat slightly. The impulse to hold her and kiss her arose there, but once again, the idea revealed itself to be devoid of arms. Bentinho's limbs remained inert and discouraged. Reflecting on his inexperience with the scriptures, Bentinho thought that if he knew the texts better, perhaps he could have sought inspiration in biblical passages to guide his gestures. He imagined that, by following the chronology suggested by the Song of Songs, he would have found the script for that situation. However, even if he had known such words, Capitu's retracted posture would likely have kept him motionless. It was she, in the end, who took the initiative and pulled him out of that impasse. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 37, The Soul is Full of Mysteries. Bentinho met Capitu and explained that he had no lessons that day as he was on vacation. He took the moment to recount his conversation with Father Cabral, mentioning the priest's support for his entry into the seminary and the severe criticisms the priest had made regarding that choice. Capitu, after reflecting, expressed a desire to visit the priest at his home that afternoon to pay her respects. Bentinho questioned the motivation for such a visit, to which Capitu suggested it would be more appropriate for his father to meet with the priest, as she herself, being a young lady now, preferred to maintain discretion. The way Capitu referred to her own maturity awakened in Bentinho a feeling of admiration and a desire to demonstrate that he, too, understood that transition into adult life. He held her hands, feeling overcome by a mixture of shyness and an impulse he could not explain, as he possessed no external references for that type of interaction. Capitu reacted to the gesture by trying to pull away, positioning herself to avoid proximity, which led Bentinho to insist, holding her hands more firmly. There was a moment of silent tension, in which both sought to remain cautious so as not to be noticed by those inside the house. Bentinho tried to draw closer, while Capitu, in a movement of resistance, turned her face away. The silent struggle persisted when they heard knocks at the door and the voice of Capitu's father, who had arrived home early from the office. The situation was distinct from the one that had occurred in the morning, for while before they were merely trying to compose themselves, at that instant they were in the midst of a clash of wills. Before her father entered the room, Capitu, unexpectedly, leaned in and touched her lips to Bentinho's, spontaneously offering what moments before she had refused under pressure. Bentinho, upon recalling the episode, reflects on how the human soul is full of mysteries. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 38, What a Fright, My God. At the moment Padua appeared from the interior and entered the living room, Capitu was standing with her back to Bentinho, leaning over her sewing as if she were gathering her materials. Naturally, she asked aloud about the meaning of the expression apostolic protonotary. The sudden arrival of her father, who exclaimed a festive greeting, caused a momentary fright in both of them. Bentinho recalls that episode, which took place 40 years earlier, to illustrate how Capitu maintained her self-control not only before her mother, but also in the presence of her father, who did not cause her any fear. Even in a situation that left Bentinho speechless, Capitu spoke with absolute naivety. Bentinho was convinced that her heart did not even quicken. Although Capitu claimed to be startled and displayed a slightly pale countenance, Bentinho, who knew his companion well, realized that it was a performance and felt a touch of envy for her composure. Capitu promptly addressed her father, who greeted Bentinho and showed curiosity about the origin of that theological doubt. Capitu explained to her father what she had heard from Bentinho and suggested that her parent go greet the priest at his own residence, while she herself would head to Bentinho's house. Upon finishing, she gathered her sewing belongings and walked down the hallway, calling for her mother to announce that dinner would be served, as her father had arrived. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 39, The Vocation. Father Cabral was living in the initial enthusiasm of the tributes received, a moment when compliments still sound fresh and sincere. He welcomed Capitu's words with satisfaction, taking the opportunity to ask about the health of the young girl's parents, as she appeared cheerful and ready. Capitu, dressed with care, behaved with restraint, greeting those present with due courtesy. Upon addressing the priest with a high ecclesiastical title, she provoked in José Diaz a desire to stand out, leading the dependent to deliver an exalted speech about the figure of Pope Pius IX. Uncle Cosme, with his habitual critical sense, observed José Diaz's exaggeration, but the latter was not shaken and continued to discourse on the importance of religious vocation. The dependent argued that the priesthood should be a natural inclination from birth, suggesting that, in the absence of such a calling, a young man could dedicate himself to other useful fields. Father Cabral, for his part, argued that the divine will was sovereign and capable of transforming anyone into an apostle, regardless of previous inclinations. The priest exemplified this with his own trajectory, telling how he had been sent to the seminary due to family pressure, and there had found, over time, a taste for studies and religious life. The conversation continued with cousin Justina's intervention regarding the possibility of someone attending the seminary without necessarily being ordained. The priest confirmed that this was possible, and turning to Bentinho, mentioned that the boy's vocation was evident, citing his childhood games as signs of a destiny turned toward the church. Bentinho, however, felt detached from that discussion. He watched Capitu, who remained next to Bentinho's mother, avoiding eye contact with him and appearing to ignore the subject of the seminary, although she was mentally recording every detail. Bentinho tried several times to attract Capitu's attention, hoping she would go to the window so they could talk alone, but she remained distant. When it was time to leave, Bentinho's mother suggested that he accompany her, which she refused naturally. Despite the refusal, Bentinho decided to follow her down the hall. Capitu, however, stopped and signaled for him not to continue, insisting that they would talk the next day. With a discreet gesture, she asked for silence and convinced him to remain where he was. A slave girl passing by smiled upon seeing them, which led Capitu to reinforce the need for discretion, fearing gossip. She withdrew, leaving Bentinho standing in the hallway, motionless and absorbed by the situation. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 40, A Mare. Alone, Bentinho plunged into his thoughts, giving free rein to one of those fantasies that had always accompanied his existence. His imagination, described by him as a swift and restless creature, resembled the legend of the Iberian mares that, according to ancient authors, conceived by the wind. For Bentinho, any breeze was enough for his mind to create grandiose battle horses, although he acknowledged that such metaphors might seem bold for a young man of his age. Setting the images aside, he focused on a practical plan. The idea that occurred to him was to open his heart to his mother, revealing his romantic feelings as a way to justify his lack of religious vocation. The prospect of discussing the seminary frightened him, but at the same time, it seemed to him the only possible way out. Bentinho then planned to confess the courtship, and should he encounter resistance or doubt on her part, he intended to detail the recent episodes, including the moments shared with Capitu, as proof of the firmness of his decision. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 41, The Secret Audience. Bentinho remained in the hallway for some time, lost in thought, observing the arrival of Dr. Joe da Costa and the preparations for the usual card game. Upon meeting his mother, who questioned him about Capitu's departure, Bentinho replied that she had left alone. Feeling an urgent need to speak, Bentinho tried to approach his mother, who, startled, promptly wanted to know if he was feeling ill or showing any symptoms of sickness. Bentinho denied any malaise and asked that they talk after tea, trying to downplay the matter so as not to cause unnecessary worry. His mother, however, insisted and took Bentinho to her room, where, by the light of a candle, she demanded that he speak. Bentinho began the conversation by asking about his going to the seminary and whether that would be a definitive departure. His mother explained that he would return on Saturdays and during vacations, and that, after being ordained a priest, he could live with her. Upon noticing Bentinho's emotion, his mother consoled him, insisting that the separation would only be temporary and that he would soon get used to his new companions and masters. Bentinho, seeking to deflect any suspicion regarding his involvement with Capitu, stated that his only affection was for his mother herself. The conversation moved on to the subject of priestly vocation, which Bentinho confessed he did not feel. His mother, surprised, recalled the enthusiasm he had shown in childhood when seeing the seminarians and being called Most Reverend by José Diaz, arguing that the vocation would arise with the habit. Faced with Bentinho's resistance, she spoke seriously about the promise she had made to God, which she needed to fulfill as a form of gratitude for her son's life, which had been preserved under difficult circumstances. She emphasized that failing to keep this promise would be a grave sin and that the religious life was a holy and happy path. Bentinho, in a moment of fragility, suggested that his mother ask God for a dispensation from the promise, perhaps through a dream, but she considered the idea impractical. The decision was made, and the seminary was a certain destination for the following year. Before returning to the living room, his mother demonstrated, in an almost imperceptible gesture, that Bentinho's desire not to be a priest was beginning to find an echo in her own heart, even though she could find no other way to honor the commitment she had made before the divine. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 42, Capitu Reflecting. The following day, Bentinho went to the neighboring house as soon as he could. Capitu was saying goodbye to 3 friends who had visited her, Paula and Sandia, schoolmates. Capitu seemed dejected, with a handkerchief tied around her head. Her mother explained to Bentinho that the malaise stemmed from excessive reading the day before, prolonged until long after midnight by the light of a lamp. Capitu claimed she already felt well, and despite her mother's suggestion that she keep the handkerchief on, she insisted on removing it, declaring herself recovered. When they were left alone, Capitu commented that her state of health had also been aggravated by what she had heard at Bentinho's house. He, in turn, recounted the meeting with his mother, describing her pleas, her tears, and the final decision that he would leave for the seminary within a few months. Upon hearing the account, Capitu showed intense attention and finally a somber countenance. She breathed with difficulty, containing an apparent irritation. Bentinho recalls that, in those moments, he was not sure if she cried or if she merely wiped her eyes, believing it to have been the latter. He tried to comfort her by holding her hand, although he himself was in need of consolation. They sat on the sofa and remained in silence, staring into the void. While Bentinho fixed his gaze on the floor, distracting himself with trivial details, such as the movement of flies or the marks on the wood, he noticed that Capitu remained motionless, immersed in her own thoughts. Fearing that deep silence, Bentinho shook her gently. Capitu returned to interacting and asked him to repeat what had happened with his mother. He complied with the request, but this time he softened his words, moved by the desire to spare the young woman's suffering and by the fear that, upon losing all hope, she would distance herself. Bentinho confesses that he already felt regret for having anticipated the revelation to his mother before any effort by José Diaz, preferring not to have heard a disappointment he considered inevitable. While he reflected on this mistake, Capitu remained in a state of deep and continuous reflection. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 43, Are You Afraid? Suddenly, Capitu interrupted her reflections and fixed her tide-swept eyes on Bentinho, asking if he felt afraid. Faced with Bentinho's bewilderment, she insisted on the question, listing various fears such as the fear of being beaten, of being arrested, of fighting, or of working. Bentinho did not understand the nature of that vague inquiry. He questioned from whom he would receive blows or who would be capable of arresting him, which provoked a gesture of impatience from Capitu. While her eyes seemed to grow before him, Bentinho, seized by a sudden apprehension, began to ponder the reasons for such threats and to imagine places of imprisonment, such as the dungeon or the house of correction. That somber vision occupied Bentinho's mind until Capitu, returning to her habitual behavior, stated that it was all just a joke and that he should not be distressed. With a graceful gesture, she called him a coward. Bentinho contested, feeling that the moment was not propitious for jokes. Capitu then attributed her attitude to a moment of folly caused by a headache, announcing that she needed to withdraw to take care of herself with a slice of lemon on her temples. After this episode, Capitu accompanied Bentinho to the backyard to say goodbye. They remained seated for a few minutes on the edge of the well, under a cloudy and windy sky. Capitu returned to mentioning their separation as a certain and definitive fact, despite Bentinho's attempts to find hope to the contrary. While she remained silent, Capitu distracted herself by scratching the ground with a piece of bamboo, drawing profiles and noses. Bentinho, remembering the names she used to carve into the walls, asked her for the piece of bamboo to do the same on the ground. But Capitu did not hear him or chose not to heed him. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 44, The First Child. Capitu asked Bentinho to write something, but soon changed her mind and demanded that he answer a difficult question with complete sincerity. She wanted to know, if he had to choose between her and Bentinho's mother, what his decision would be. Although Bentinho tried to avoid the choice, she insisted, creating a hypothetical situation in which, while he was at the seminary, he received news that she would die of longing if he did not go to visit her. Pressured, Bentinho stated that he would go to meet her, even against his mother's orders. Capitu reacted with an incredulous laugh and wrote the word liar on the ground with a piece of bamboo. The moment was strange, and the silence all around, interrupted only by distant sounds and the singing of birds, made everything more tense. Feeling stung, Bentinho tried to provoke Capitu by saying that the life of a priest would not be bad and that he could accept it without suffering. Instead of being moved as he expected, Capitu adopted an ironic tone, praising ecclesiastical vestments and describing, with sarcasm, how she would appear at the first Mass celebrated by him, dressed elegantly, while he would be at the altar. Bentinho felt that this was a duel of ironies. Determined to retaliate, he imposed two conditions for her to be able to attend his first Mass. The first was that she would confess only to him. The second, which he hesitated to say, was the request that he be the priest to perform her wedding. Capitu, initially moved, soon changed her expression. She considered that the waiting time for Bentinho to become a priest was too long, and instead of accepting the marriage request, she promised that it would be he who would baptize her first child. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 45, Shake Your Head, Reader. Bentinho invites the reader to express their incredulity, suggesting they discard the book if the narrative seems implausible or tedious to them. However, Bentinho insists that the events occurred exactly in that manner, describing the way Capitu expressed herself when mentioning the possibility of having a first child, treating the subject with a lightness that recalled the games of their childhood. Bentinho's astonishment at those words was mixed with a singular and intense sensation. The idea of a child of Capitu's with another man brought with it the weight of definitive separation and loss, generating in Bentinho such a state of bewilderment that it prevented him from reacting with gestures or words. While Capitu maintained a serene smile, Bentinho's mind was taken over by the image of that imaginary child playing on the floor, consolidating the profound and painful impact of that revelation. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 46, Making Up. The reconciliation between Bentinho and Capitu occurred with the same rapidity as the previous argument. Although pride might suggest that the initiative had come from him, it was Capitu who took the first step toward an understanding. While Bentinho remained downcast, she tilted her head and sought his gaze with an expression of softness. Although Bentinho tried to maintain a stance of resistance, pretending he would withdraw, the tenderness present in Capitu's eyes was enough to dissuade him from any intention of leaving. He remained by her side, wrapping his arm around her, while she held his hand in a gesture of harmony. At that instant, Dona Fortunata appeared briefly at the door, withdrawing almost as quickly as she had appeared. Bentinho pondered whether that appearance had been merely a formality, a gesture devoid of real intent, or a simple verification of what her heart already intuited. Regardless of the motive, the mother's presence did not alter the state of peace between the two young people. The moment of reconciliation was marked by a mutual desire to take responsibility for the misunderstanding, with both exchanging apologies. Capitu justified her behavior by mentioning sleepless nights, headaches, and a state of fleeting melancholy. Bentinho, for his part, felt overcome by the emotion of that return to serenity. The scene was a reflection of that youthful sentiment, in which the tenderness of forgiveness and the sensitivity of both consolidated the affection they nurtured for one another. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 47, The Lady is Out. Bentinho insisted that Capitu explain the reason for her previous question about the fear of being beaten. After a moment of hesitation, she replied that there was no specific motive and questioned the need to return to that subject. Bentinho, however, inquired whether her concern was related to the seminary, to which she confirmed, mentioning having heard rumors about physical punishments in that place, although she admitted she did not believe them. That explanation seemed satisfactory to Bentinho. If Capitu had not told the truth, he understood that she could not reveal it at that moment. Bentinho compared Capitu's lie to the attitude of a maid who lies to a visitor, stating that the mistress is out when, in fact, she simply does not wish to be disturbed. To Bentinho, there was a kind of peculiar complicity in this act, as if the shared secret leveled the conditions between people. Capitu's true intention remained guarded in her heart, while Bentinho felt satisfied with his companion's cunning. Time passed and the swallows crossed the sky in the opposite direction. Bentinho and Capitu remained in the same place, feeding their illusions, their fears, and beginning to accumulate from then on the first longings for that phase of life. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 48, The Oath by the Well. After a few minutes of silence, Bentinho broke the stillness with a sudden exclamation, which startled his companion. He declared that the situation could not remain as it was and argued that, although many considered them too young for marriage, time would pass quickly. In a gesture of commitment, Bentinho asked her to swear that she would marry only him. Capitu accepted the request readily, showing satisfaction, and stated that, even if he were to marry someone else in the future, she would keep her word and remain single. Bentinho, feeling the need to be more emphatic, swore by God that his only desire was to wed Capitu. She, however, proposed a more precise formulation for the commitment. Capitu suggested that the oath should not be just about exclusivity, but about the confirmation that they would marry each other, regardless of any obstacle. Bentinho perceived the clarity of his friend's reasoning and understood that this promise strengthened his determination against family and religious pressure. As they sealed the agreement, they felt relieved and protected, believing they had heaven as a witness to their union. Bentinho's concern regarding the seminary diminished in the face of that newly acquired security. He pondered that, should his family insist on his going to the seminary, he would accept it only as if it were an ordinary school, refusing to follow a religious life. Capitu, although fearful regarding the separation, agreed with this strategy, noting that any open resistance from Bentinho would only confirm José Diaz's suspicions. They decided, therefore, that prudence was the best path for time to run in favor of the future they planned together. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 49, A Candle on Saturdays. After so many difficulties, Bentinho and his wife finally reached the safe harbor they should have sought from the beginning. Bentinho asked that fate not judge them, for human feelings do not follow the same routes as known seas. The couple celebrated that moment of peace and dedicated themselves to planning the future. Bentinho promised her a quiet life, far from the bustle of the city, perhaps on a rural property. They agreed that they would visit the capital only once a year, preferring the isolation of a suburb where no one could disturb them. Bentinho imagined a house of balanced proportions, neither large nor small. In his thoughts, he was already preparing the environment, choosing flowers, furniture, a carriage, and especially an oratory. Bentinho insisted that the piece of furniture be tall, made of rosewood, intended to house the image of Our Lady of the Conception. He dedicated more time to planning this detail than any other aspect of the house. This choice reflected both the couple's religiosity and Bentinho's desire to compensate for having abandoned ecclesiastical life. There was also, in his conscience, an almost secret intention to seek divine protection for the new home, where they intended to light a candle every Saturday. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 50, A Middle Ground. A few months later, Bentinho left for the São José Seminary. The tears shed on the eve and the morning of his departure were countless, although Bentinho acknowledged that the sense of the infinite peculiar to adolescence might have amplified the memory of that suffering. His mother also suffered deeply, but the situation was mitigated by a solution found by Father Cabral, who proposed a 2-year trial period to test Bentinho's vocation. The priest argued that, should the young man not show an inclination for ecclesiastical life at the end of that period, the divine will would be otherwise, exempting the mother from any guilt for not fulfilling a promise that, after all, would depend on a higher design. Bentinho's mother felt immediate relief at the priest's proposal. José Diaz, for his part, supported the idea, suggesting only that 1 year would be enough time for Bentinho's vocation to manifest itself clearly. In private, José Diaz advised Bentinho to face the period with patience, reinforcing that, should he not find a taste for religious life, a trip to Europe would be the natural path to follow. Capitu also offered similar advice when she learned of Bentinho's definitive departure for the seminary. On that occasion, Bentinho's mother treated the young girl with special affection, calling her daughter for the first time, which caused Capitu great joy. In secret, she encouraged Bentinho to endure the separation with serenity, assuring him that time would pass quickly. During the days leading up to his departure, Capitu became increasingly close to Bentinho's mother, surrounding her with attention and affection. The mother, sensitive and kind, began to admire the young girl's qualities even more, gifting her a ring, and after some hesitation, a miniature portrait of herself at 25. Upon receiving the gift, Capitu showed deep and sincere emotion, sealing with Bentinho's mother a gesture of mutual affection that remained marked in the memory of that moment of farewell. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 51, Between Light and Dusk. The farewell between Bentinho and Capitu in the parlor was brief, occurring shortly before the candles were lit. At that moment, they sealed their marriage commitment once again. Bentinho recalls that the pact was not limited to a handshake, as had occurred previously in the backyard, but involved a demonstration of affection between them. In recording this fact, Bentinho reflects on the nature of this oath, considering it a defense against the circumstances of the time. For Bentinho, that commitment did not represent a violation of divine precepts, as he believed he was entering into a contract signed under a spiritual perspective. He argues that the purity of that instant lay in the intention of those involved, and that any malicious interpretation would reside only in the eyes of those observing the couple. Bentinho describes Capitu as his childhood companion and reaffirms his own purity upon entering the seminary of São José. Although he sought priestly investiture and a religious vocation there, Bentinho confesses to himself that his true vocation, during that period of his youth, was already entirely turned toward the figure of Capitu. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 52, Old Padua. Old Padua came to Bentinho's house early to say goodbye. Bentinho's mother directed the man to the boy's room. Upon entering, Padua showed great affection, embracing Bentinho with tenderness and wishing him happiness. The visitor expressed how much he valued Bentinho's family, asking him not to believe any potential intrigues that might arise regarding him. Padua made a point of emphasizing his gratitude and integrity, distinguishing himself from other people who, according to him, only sought favors or lived at the expense of others. Bentinho reflected on Padua's words, imagining that he might know of the criticisms made by José Diaz. The old man continued his expressions of esteem, guaranteeing that, regardless of Bentinho's destiny, his house would always have its doors open. He asked with insistence that Bentinho not forget him and that he leave him some small memento, be it a Latin notebook or a simple button, valuing the gesture above the object itself. At that moment, Bentinho remembered a package he had prepared, containing a lock of his own hair that he had cut the day before. Bentinho's original intention was to give it to Capitu, but faced with Padua's request, he decided to present it to him, trusting that the daughter would know how to take care of the keepsake. Upon receiving the package, Padua showed deep gratitude and emotion, promising to give the gift to his wife or daughter so that they might keep it with zeal. He praised the beauty of the hair and said goodbye to Bentinho with several hugs, visibly moved. As he left, Padua wore the expression of someone who had placed all his hopes in an expectation that did not materialize, withdrawing with teary eyes. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 53, On the Way. The departure for the seminary was a moment of restrained and intense farewells. Bentinho's mother hugged him tightly, while cousin Justina, with her habitual discretion, took care of the final preparations and gave recommendations, trying to hide any sign of emotion. Upon kissing Uncle Cosme's hand, Bentinho heard from him a good-humored piece of advice to return soon as a formed man. José Diaz, maintaining his composed and solemn posture, said little at that moment of departure, although they had spoken at length the day before. On that occasion, Bentinho had tried to find one last way out to avoid the seminary, but José Diaz, despite having renewed his hopes, had vehemently dismissed the possibility of studying medicine in Brazil. The dependent harshly criticized the local medical school, classifying the education as a gross error, and preferring that Bentinho seek knowledge through paths he considered more authentic and aligned with his ideals. Now, on the day of departure, José Diaz limited himself to uttering solemn phrases about the importance of family and faith. As his mother gave Bentinho a final kiss, the dependent observed the scene with an exclamation about the beauty of the family tableau. The day was clear and beautiful. The house servants said goodbye with affection, asking that Bentinho not forget them. Once on the street, on the way to the seminary, José Diaz still found the strength to reinforce the promise that Bentinho should endure only 1 year, for by then, everything would be duly arranged for his future. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 54, Panegyric of Saint Monica. Bentinho does not propose to narrate here the complete experience of the seminary, for that would require an extensive volume which he may perhaps write in the future. Writing is a habit that, once acquired in maturity, becomes difficult to abandon. Bentinho recalls an old fellow-student who, in his youth, composed verses inspired by the poets of the time. Years later, upon meeting him again after he had been ordained, Bentinho asked about his literary creations. But the colleague smiled, confessing that that poetic impulse had been merely a passing phase of youth, replaced by the practical concerns of adult life and the priesthood. Unlike him, another seminary colleague followed a different path. This young man had written a panegyric dedicated to Saint Monica, a work that was even printed and circulated among the seminarians. In 1882, Bentinho met this man again in a government office, where he held an administrative position. He had abandoned religious life and letters to dedicate himself to his family and his work. Nevertheless, the old panegyric remained his greatest achievement, a pamphlet that he continued to distribute throughout his life. During the meeting, the two reminisced about the past, their studies, and the daily incidents of the seminary, sharing a nostalgia that softened any bitter memory of that time. The former seminarian, however, questioned Bentinho about the preservation of that copy. Faced with Bentinho's hesitation in recalling the work, the man promptly offered to give him an old copy, stained by time but still preserved. Upon visiting Bentinho's house, the colleague handed over the pamphlet, revealing it to be the penultimate copy he possessed. While Bentinho leafed through the text out of courtesy, the man showed a deep attachment to those pages, asking the narrator to try to recall some passage. Bentinho read a few lines, feigning familiarity to please his old colleague, while the man, lost in memories, spoke with longing about their life together, the priests, and the moments of recreation of his youth. In the end, immersed in reflection and silence, the author of the panegyric merely sighed, expressing with a note of melancholic pride that work still brought him great satisfaction. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 55, A Sonnet. After his visitor left, Bentinho remained alone with his reading and the memories it awakened. Before proceeding, he felt the desire to tell the story of a sonnet he never managed to finish. Everything happened during the time he lived at the seminary, when, one night, while he was in bed, a line appeared spontaneously in his mind. The line was an exclamation that he considered beautiful and pure, addressed to a flower of heaven. Insomnia took hold of Bentinho, who, feeling like an artist before his first work, decided that he would turn that line into the beginning of a sonnet. He repeated the words in a low voice, under the sheets, oscillating between imagining that the flower might be Capitu or some abstract concept like virtue or religion. To ensure the quality of the work, Bentinho decided he needed a grandiose ending, a golden key that would close the poem with impact. After much effort, he formulated the last line, which celebrated the victory achieved through the sacrifice of one's own life. Bentinho felt like an inspired poet. He tried to adapt the theme of the sonnet to deal with justice or charity, seeking a logical connection between the beginning and the end. However, despite having the first and last lines, the central lines refused to appear. He even considered a change of meaning in the final line, turning it into an irony about the loss of the spiritual battle. But inspiration remained elusive. Despite his efforts and having spent hours awake, trying to evoke the natural flow of the great poets, the sonnet remained incomplete. As the years went by, Bentinho dedicated himself to prose, but that frustrated attempt of his youth still brought him a remnant of melancholy. By sharing this memory, he offers these two isolated lines to anyone who wishes to complete the work, suggesting that, in a moment of leisure, someone might be able to find the missing idea to join the two ends of that unfinished poem. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 56, A Seminarian. While leafing through that booklet of ancient letters and Latin citations, Bentinho saw emerging before him various profiles of seminarians who marked that era. He remembered the Albuquerque brothers, one of whom followed the priesthood and the other medicine, as well as figures like Bastos and Louis Borges, who later ventured into politics. Those pages did not seem cold to him, for they carried the warmth of youth and the memories of a time that still resonated in his mind. Bentinho read with attention, at times folding the pages out of pure habit, as if the text were still alive before his eyes. Among those memories, Ezequiel de Souza Escobar stood out, a seminarian with slender features and light eyes. Escobar possessed a restless nature, with movements, speech, and gestures that always seemed elusive, making immediate closeness difficult. His fingers were thin, and he barely seemed to land in one place, which made his adaptation to the rigid customs of the seminary a constant challenge. Despite his agitation, Escobar often lost himself in deep reflections, justifying his moments of silence with meditation on spiritual points or academic lessons. When the friendship between the two grew closer, Escobar began to ask Bentinho for detailed explanations of their studies, demonstrating a prodigious memory for retaining every word. 3 years older, Escobar was the son of a lawyer from Curitiba, and maintained a strong bond with his family, especially with a sister whom he described with deep admiration, extolling not only her beauty but the kindness of her character. He frequently shared with Bentinho the content of the affectionate letters he received, narrating stories that revealed the young woman's purity, to the point that Bentinho considered he might have fallen in love with her, had his heart not already been entirely turned toward Capitu. After the death of Escobar's sister, the closeness between the two seminarians increased. Gradually, Bentinho's initial shyness gave way to trust, and Escobar, with his increasingly serene manner, managed to access the most intimate parts of his friend's soul. Bentinho compares the human soul to a house with various layouts, and Escobar, without finding keys or locks, simply pushed the doors open and entered, establishing there a presence that would endure for a long time. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 57 of Preparation. The old pages of the panegyric did not merely evoke memories of seminary days, but brought with them a whirlwind of past sensations that Bentinho found difficult to describe without occupying all the available space. There was a specific recollection, one of the first, that he almost wished to relate in Latin, although he recognized that the Portuguese language possessed adequate terms to treat any subject with the proper sobriety. Bentinho assured that the following account could be read by anyone without any fear or embarrassment, for the narrative would remain within the bounds of discretion. To address this matter, Bentinho decided to reserve a chapter of its own, serving as a necessary pause. However restrained the text might seem, the theme carried nuances that required a moment of preparation and rest. Bentinho pondered that when the heart examines in advance the possibility of what is to come, it becomes more robust and prepared to face the facts, minimizing any negative impact. This strategy also served as a form of cunning, for by preparing the reader, Bentinho hoped that the story would be received with less strangeness than if it were presented abruptly. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 58 The Treaty. On a Monday, while returning to the seminary, Bentinho witnessed a lady fall in the middle of the street. The incident sparked in him a peculiar curiosity, focused on mundane details such as the stranger's stockings and garters, which had remained intact despite the fall. José Diaz, who was accompanying Bentinho, commented with disapproval on the woman's hurried way of walking, associating her quickened pace with a foreign affectation he considered inappropriate. Bentinho, however, could barely pay attention to his companion's words, for his mind was fixed on the image of that fall and the details he had observed, imagining similar situations with other women who crossed his path. Upon arriving at the seminary, Bentinho's state of agitation persisted. The cassocks of his classmates, due to the shape of the garments, brought to his mind memories of the scenes he had witnessed, transforming the study environment into a setting of constant distractions. During the night, sleep brought repetitive and unsettling dreams, where fragmented and incessant visions occupied his thoughts. Even when trying to seek refuge in prayer, Bentinho found his concentration interrupted by these persistent images, which he tried to push away without success, resuming his prayers in a mechanical and fragmented manner. Realizing that the fight against such thoughts was useless, Bentinho decided to establish a treaty between his conscience and his imagination. He began to interpret those feminine visions not as forbidden distractions, but as symbolic representations of human vices. Under this new perspective, Bentinho convinced himself that observing such images would be a way to strengthen his character and prepare his spirit for the challenges of adult life. This tacit agreement allowed him to begin evoking the visions voluntarily, under the justification of exercising his moral resistance, keeping them present until natural fatigue made them disappear on their own. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 59 Guests with Good Memories. There are memories that find no rest until the pen or the word records them. An author from antiquity used to say that he detested guests endowed with good memories, and Bentinho acknowledges that he himself falls into that category of people who keep recollections. although he admits, with irony, that his memory is not as prodigious as he would like, to the point of forgetting even the name of the very author he cited. Bentinho reflects on the nature of his mind, comparing it to a traveler who spends his life in inns without fixing names or faces, only scattered circumstances. He contrasts this experience with that of those who, living always in the same familiar environment, keep every detail of their trajectory. Bentinho goes so far as to confess a certain envy of those who manage to recall with precision simple facts from childhood, such as the color of the first clothes they wore, something he himself would not be able to do in relation to the previous day, limiting himself to guaranteeing that he did not wear yellow because he detested that color, although he acknowledges that even this certainty might be the fruit of a mistake. For Bentinho, it is preferable for a book to be omissive than to be confusing. He explains that, in incomplete works, the reader has the freedom to fill in the gaps with their own imagination. Upon finishing a reading that let important details slip by, Bentinho closes his eyes and evokes everything that was not said, allowing rivers, mountains, and churches to emerge in his mind with a wealth of detail, and for contained scenes to come to life through deep reflections. Bentinho concludes that, just as he completes the flaws of others' works, the reader has the same freedom to fill in the gaps of his own narrative. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 60, Dear Little Pamphlet. Bentinho recalls how, in dedicating himself to the panegyric of Saint Monica, he did not limit himself to completing what was missing about the saint, but added extraneous elements, such as the sonnet, the stockings, the garters, and the figure of Escobar. While leafing through that yellowed little pamphlet, Bentinho reflects on the utility of objects which, although apparently disposable, carry the essence of those who used them, much like an old pair of slippers that retains the scent and warmth of human feet. For Bentinho, memory is composed of these everyday fragments, such as a stone in the street, the door of a house, a specific whistle, or the cry of a coconut candy seller that he had already mentioned previously. Bentinho confesses that, upon remembering the candy seller, he felt a deep longing and even asked a musician friend to transcribe the melody of the street cry to illustrate the text. However, upon noticing that another musician did not find in the score the same emotional weight that he felt, Bentinho decided to suppress its inclusion, avoiding unnecessary expenses for the publisher. This reflection leads Bentinho to conclude that neither street cries nor memories kept in seminary pamphlets possess meaning in and of themselves. For such recollections to come to life, it is indispensable that the reader has lived and felt the time in question, for without this shared experience, the account remains colorless and silent. With this thought, Bentinho prepares himself to continue extracting other memories contained within those ancient pages. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 61, Homer's Cow. The first days of separation at the seminary were hard and monotonous for Bentinho. Even with the comfort of the priests and the news brought by José Diaz, the absence of home weighed heavily. José Diaz, in his visits, described the longing of Bentinho's mother with an almost theatrical intensity, recounting how she spoke constantly of her son, and was moved by the praises the dependent wove about Bentinho's qualities. Uncle Cosme, according to the messenger, also participated in these conversations, frequently becoming emotional at the descriptions José Diaz gave of Bentinho. Bentinho, however, was more interested in his freedom. He questioned him about leaving the seminary and the promised trip to Europe. José Diaz asked for patience, suggesting that the time spent studying was profitable, and that, even without pursuing the priesthood, Bentinho would leave there anointed with the knowledge of theology. During this explanation, José Diaz's eyes shone with an intensity that unsettled Bentinho. The dependent looked at that moment like Homer's cow, which moaned and circled its own calf. When some teachers approached, José Diaz changed his tone, praising Bentinho's behavior and reinforcing the importance of his education, which left the young man annoyed. As soon as they were alone, Bentinho reiterated his desire to leave soon. José Diaz then presented a more audacious plan. He suggested that the departure could take place that very year, but it required a careful strategy. The dependent proposed that Bentinho show signs of physical frailty, such as a dry cough and lack of appetite, to convince his mother that he needed a change of air for health reasons. José Diaz argued that, if the ecclesiastical vocation was not firm, the best way to serve God would be to take care of the son's health. Bentinho understood the maneuver, and although the plan to feign an illness seemed like a ruse to him, he accepted the possibility of leaving the seminary in a few months. The main objective was an immediate departure, leaving the details of the trip for later. Before ending the conversation, dominated by the anxiety of his time and the ties of his memory, Bentinho asked José Diaz how Capitu was doing. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 62, A Touch of Ego. The question asked by Bentinho revealed imprudently that the central motive for his aversion to the seminary was Capitu. Upon realizing the slip, he tried to correct himself, but José Diaz gave him no room, commenting that the young girl was as cheerful as ever and that, being a silly little thing, she would soon find some boy in the neighborhood to marry. Upon hearing such words, Bentinho felt a chill run through his body and his heart race. The idea that Capitu could live happily while he suffered every night caused a profound impact, etched into his memory as an intense emotion of youth. The comment about a possible suitor awakened in Bentinho a cruel and hitherto unknown feeling: jealousy. Until that moment, the possibility of another boy approaching Capitu seemed unreal, something he had never contemplated. However, José Diaz's suggestion changed everything. Bentinho began to recall other boys who used to watch the young girl, and the suspicion that she might be interested in someone became, in his mind, a painful certainty. He imagined Capitu laughing, talking at the window, and exchanging flowers with another, which led him into a state of emotional turmoil and mental confusion. For a brief instant, Bentinho felt the impulse to abandon everything, run to Padua's house, and demand that Capitu confess whether she had paid attention to other boys. However, he did not act. He remained paralyzed while his thoughts collided, without logic or clarity. When he regained awareness of his surroundings, he noticed that José Diaz was finishing a vague sentence about someone's conduct, but Bentinho no longer had the strength to question it. He only felt an urgent need to see his mother, and asked the dependent when he could go visit her. Upon hearing that the visit would take place on Saturday, Bentinho clung to that date with hope, insisting that his mother send for him without fail. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 63, Halves of a Dream. The anticipation of Saturday consumed Bentinho, who saw his days filled with recurring dreams even when he was awake. Bentinho reflected on how female influence disturbed the youth of a seminarian, lamenting that, were it not for this, his life might have followed the ecclesiastical path desired by Uncle Cosme, who encouraged him to aspire to the papacy. To Bentinho, human destinies in the secular world seemed as vast as the trajectory of Napoleon. In one of these dreams, Bentinho observed a neighborhood boy talking to Capitu by the window. As he approached, the boy fled, leaving Capitu in the company of her father, Padua. The man was weeping while examining a lottery ticket with the number 4004, which had not won. Padua explained that such symmetry of numbers was beautiful and mysterious, suggesting that the draw must have been flawed, as it was impossible not to have been graced with the grand prize. While her father spoke, Capitu exchanged glances with Bentinho. Then, Capitu's father disappeared, the street became deserted, and in a moment of closeness, Bentinho held Capitu's hands before waking up alone in the dormitory. The most striking aspect of this experience was not the content of the dream, but Bentinho's obstinate effort to go back to sleep and resume that vision. He dedicated himself with energy to closing his eyes and pushing away any thought in order to find the dream again, but the effort only resulted in insomnia until dawn. When he finally managed to sleep, the dream did not return. The following day, Bentinho felt the impact of that poorly slept night, which ended up hindering his performance in his lessons. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 64, An Idea and a Scruple. Upon rereading the previous chapter, Bentinho felt an idea arise, accompanied by a scruple. The fear was precisely that of recording this thought, as he considered it extremely common, one of those everyday truisms like the cycle of the sun and the moon. Bentinho set the manuscript aside and observed the walls of the house in Ingenio Novo, recognizing in them a faithful reproduction of his old residence in Matacavallos. Bentinho's goal in imitating the structure of the original house was to join the two ends of his existence, an attempt that, in practice, did not materialize. The recurring dream of the seminary had the same outcome, which, despite all of Bentinho's efforts to prolong it during sleep, always came to an end. Bentinho concluded that one of the human tasks is to insist on closing one's eyes tightly, trying to pick up the thread of the dreams of youth in maturity, even if this perception seemed like a banality to him. Before ending his reflections, Bentinho went to the window to question the night about the fragility of dreams, which dissipate at the slightest movement. The night, in its beauty under the moonlight and silence, answered enigmatically. It explained that dreams were no longer under its jurisdiction as in ancient times, when they inhabited the island of Lucian. In those days, the night could offer explanations, but with the changing of times, modern dreams have come to reside within the human brain itself, incapable of maintaining the nature of those of yore. The night further mentioned that the islands of dreams and loves had become targets of international political ambition. Noticing the allusion to the Philippines and reaffirming his lack of interest in political issues, Bentinho closed the window. He decided to conclude the chapter to seek rest, without aiming for complex dreams or reminiscences of memory. Bentinho desired only a peaceful and restorative sleep, preparing himself to continue the account of his story and his characters the following day with the serenity of the morning. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 65, Dissimulation. The Saturdays followed one another, and Bentinho adapted to the new routine, dividing his time between his family home and the seminary. He pleased the priests and his classmates, especially Escobar, with whom he was forming a close bond. At a certain point, Bentinho felt the urge to share his anxieties and plans with his friend, but Capitu held him back. She argued that, although Escobar might be a friend to Bentinho, he was not one to her, and she forbade him from revealing any secret that belonged to the two of them. Bentinho accepted the reasoning as fair and obeyed. Capitu also advised him to be prudent in his visits, suggesting that he not remain at her house for too long, so that he could dedicate more time to his mother. This lucidity of Capitu's was remarkable, and Bentinho kept other examples of her cunning in mind. Once, at Bentinho's house, his mother asked José Diaz if he still doubted that the boy would become a good priest. She then directed the same question to Capitu, who answered with conviction that yes, he would be a good priest. Bentinho did not like that statement. The following day, in the backyard, he complained to Capitu about the apparent joy she had been showing since he entered the seminary, while he himself suffered from longing. Capitu became serious and explained that she needed to act that way to ward off suspicions about them both. She confided that she also faced difficult nights, and that her own mother had advised her to forget Bentinho. For that reason, she appeared naturally cheerful in front of Bentinho's mother and cousin Justina, to prevent them from trying to separate them even further. For Capitu, what mattered was the oath that they would marry in the future. The strategy of dissimulation was clear. They had to deceive everyone to ensure the freedom to see each other and build their future in peace. The effectiveness of this strategy became evident the next day at lunch. Bentinho's mother recounted, amidst laughter, that Capitu had said she hoped Father Bentinho would be the one to perform her future wedding. Uncle Cosme found it amusing. José Diaz remained serious, and cousin Justina looked interrogatively at Bentinho. He, although disconcerted by his cousin's gaze, felt an immense joy at Capitu's cunning. As soon as he could, he ran to tell her about the success of that conversation, praising her ability to deceive everyone, to which Capitu agreed, quite naturally, that this was the path to follow. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 66, Intimacy. Capitu was beginning to win the trust of Bentinho's mother. The two spent a great deal of time together talking about Bentinho, the weather, or trivial matters. Capitu would usually go to the house in the morning to sew and occasionally would stay for dinner. Cousin Justina, on the other hand, maintained a reserved stance. Although she did not treat Capitu with open hostility, her critical and bitter nature prevented her from harboring genuine affection. Justina kept an idealized memory of her late husband, whom she constantly exalted, despite Uncle Cosme noting that, in life, the couple lived in constant conflict. This posthumous devotion seemed to be Justina's way of finding some comfort. Regarding Bentinho's mother, Justina kept up appearances, acting with the courtesy required by their living arrangement, possibly because she lived under the favor of that house. The growing closeness between Capitu and Bentinho's mother bothered Justina, who began to avoid the young woman. However, Capitu, always attentive, sought out Justina's presence, and she would eventually yield even if she maintained a forced smile. When Bentinho's mother fell gravely ill, stricken by a fever that left her in critical condition, she requested that Capitu take over her nursing care. Although Capitu's help spared Justina from exhausting tasks, she did not take the young woman's dedication well. Her resentment showed through constant barbs. Justina would question whether Capitu did not have obligations in her own home, and on another occasion suggested, with an ironic tone, that Capitu did not need to be in such a hurry, for whatever was destined for her would naturally fall into her hands. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 67, A Sin. Bentinho's mother fell gravely ill and in a moment of despair ordered that he be fetched immediately from the seminary, fearing she would not survive without her son's presence. Uncle Cosme tried to dissuade her, claiming it was merely a passing fever, but she insisted on the urgency, asking that Bentinho be brought without him knowing the gravity of the situation. José Diaz was tasked with retrieving him, and upon finding him, maintained an agonizing silence throughout the entire journey back. Bentinho walked beside José Diaz, overcome by a profound fear. With every step, he imagined the worst, feeling as though death were watching him closely. In an instant of fleeting selfishness, the thought crossed his mind that, if his mother were to pass away, he would be free from the obligation of the seminary. The thought lasted less than a second, but it left a trail of overwhelming remorse. Noticing Bentinho's suffering, José Diaz tried to console him, assuring him that the situation was serious but not fatal. The word "very grave," used by the dependent, only increased the boy's dread. Upon arriving home, Bentinho climbed the steps trembling and found his mother feverish, but alive. He knelt beside the bed, feeling a relief mixed with guilt for the thought he had harbored on the way. Capitu was present in the alcove and observed the scene with attention. Alone in his room, Bentinho promised God that, if his mother were saved, he would pray 2,000 Our Fathers as a form of penance for his sin of thought. He would later recognize that this was a resource of his youth, a promise made in the midst of a crisis which, although never fully fulfilled, reflected the sincerity and candor of his spirit in that moment of affliction. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 68, Let Us Postpone Virtue. Bentinho reflects on the difficulty of confessing certain thoughts, such as the one he had on Matacavallo's street, but maintains his purpose of recounting everything relevant to his story. Inspired by the idea that writing about oneself requires revealing both the good and the bad, Bentinho seeks absolute sincerity in the reconstruction of his own trajectory. Although he had the desire to share some noble action contemporary to the sin he had just narrated, his memory fails him, and he decides to postpone that account for a future opportunity. Bentinho holds a personal theory about human nature, according to which each individual is born with a determined number of virtues and sins, which coexist in a complementary way. For him, these elements function as an allied pair that guides each person's behavior. Even if one side seems stronger at certain moments, this does not exempt the individual from the presence of the other side, it being common for both to manifest in practical life. for the benefit of the subject himself, and at times for a greater good. As he lacks the time to illustrate this thesis with complex cases, Bentinho exemplifies the idea with his own experience in Ingenio Novo. One night, tormented by a severe headache, he wished for the central train to suffer an accident to silence the noise, even if it cost lives. However, the next day, he acted with generosity by giving his own cane to a blind man who was walking helplessly. For Bentinho, these two distinct episodes synthesize his essence and the set of gestures that make up his existence. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 69. The Mas Bentinho felt a profound need to seek spiritual peace the following Sunday, heading to the church of Santo Antonio dos Pobres to attend Mass. The dependent even expressed a desire to accompany him, but the slowness with which he prepared himself made Bentinho prefer to go alone. He sought isolation so that no conversation would interrupt the reflection necessary after recent events. The purpose of that visit to the church was to reconcile with God, asking for forgiveness for his failings, giving thanks for his mother's recovery, and pleading for a release from the vow he had made. Bentinho believed in divine benevolence and wished to establish a commitment to more responsible conduct, promising himself not to take on obligations he could not fulfill. During the celebration, at the moment of the elevation, Bentinho reiterated his thanks for his mother's life and asked for the absolution of his sins, feeling that the priest's final blessing sealed his process of reconciliation. At the end of the ceremony, he reflected on the role of the confessional as a safe space for settling accounts between the individual and the divine. However, Bentinho's characteristic shyness prevented him from seeking that sacrament, as he feared he would not find the proper words to express his secret to the confessor. As the years passed, Bentinho noted how the perception of things transforms, to the point that today he is able to publicly recount that which, at the time, he could not even confide to the priest. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 70. After Mass. After Mass, Bentinho closed his prayer book and headed for the exit. The church was filled with worshippers of various ages, but he paid no attention to the movement around him, focused only on leaving the premises. Once in the churchyard, where the light was brighter, Bentinho noticed a young woman and a man watching him intently as they spoke. It was Sancha, an old school friend of Capitu, accompanied by her father, Gurgel. The young woman wanted news about Bentinho's mother. He informed her that she had recovered, and shortly thereafter accepted the invitation to visit the family's home, since they were heading in the same direction. Gurgel, a man in his 40s, was extremely solicitous and insisted that Bentinho have lunch with them, even suggesting that they send word to his house. Bentinho declined, claiming that his mother was waiting for him, but faced with their insistence, he agreed to rest for a few minutes at their home. Sancha, a young woman of simple appearance, followed the conversation with attention. While they were at the house, Gurgel showed great affection for his daughter and took the opportunity to question Bentinho about his age, his studies, and his religious vocation, offering advice regarding his future priesthood. Before leaving, Gurgel indicated the location of his warehouse on Rua de Quitanda. As they said goodbye, Sancha asked Bentinho to send her regards to Capitu and his mother. As he walked down, Bentinho looked back and saw Gurgel at the window, making a cordial gesture of farewell. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 71. Escobar's Visit. Upon arriving home, Bentinho found his mother anxious, asking repeatedly about his whereabouts, but his arrival brought the expected tranquility. That Sunday proved to be a day of good feelings, marked by the visit of Escobar, who came to the residence to check on the health of Bentinho's mother, and to learn if the danger his friend had faced days earlier had passed. Upon confirming that the situation was resolved, Escobar showed relief, confiding that he had been worried about the unfolding of events and that what had occurred was already known to other classmates. Uncle Cosme and Jose Diaz received the young man well, with the dependent even mentioning that he had known Escobar's father in Rio de Janeiro. Escobar appeared polished, and although he was a little more expansive than usual that day, he maintained a balanced demeanor. Uncle Cosme insisted that he dine with the family. After a brief hesitation, citing a commitment with his father's correspondent, Escobar ended up accepting the invitation due to the insistence of Bentinho and his uncle. During dinner, Bentinho observed the agility of his friend's movements, who maintained the same vivacity he displayed in the classroom. The time spent together was one of frank friendship. Bentinho showed his books to Escobar, who paused before the portrait of Bentinho's father, praising the purity of the expression contained in the image. Escobar possessed a serene gaze and striking features, with fair skin and a face that conveyed a certain grace, despite a habit of shrugging his shoulder that he would come to correct over time. The visit was a success, and everyone in the house, including cousin Justina, who tried unsuccessfully to find some fault in the young man, took a liking to him. As they said goodbye, Bentinho accompanied Escobar to the door to wait for transportation. The farewell was affectionate, with Escobar waving from inside the vehicle as he drove away. Upon returning to the front door, Bentinho was surprised by a voice coming from a nearby window. It was Capitu, who was observing the scene from behind the shutter, and upon opening the window, wanted to know who the friend was who deserved such affection. Bentinho replied promptly that it was Escobar, remaining there to talk with her. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 72, A Dramatic Reform. Neither Bentinho, nor Capitu, nor any other person in that story could answer for the unfolding of events, for destiny, much like playwrights, does not anticipate the twists or the outcome. Situations arise in their own time until the curtain falls, the lights go out, and the spectators depart for their rest. Faced with this mechanism of life, Bentinho reflects on a possible reform in the structure of theatrical plays. He proposes, as an experiment, that stories should begin at the end. In a tragedy like Othello, the protagonist would kill himself and Desdemona in the very first act. The following 3 acts would be dedicated to the slow and decreasing action of jealousy, while the final act would contain only the initial scenes, with the threat of the Turks, the characters' explanations, and Iago's advice on the importance of saving money. In this way, the spectator would find in the theater the habitual challenge of assembling the puzzle of the plot, since the final acts would explain the outcome presented at the beginning. Furthermore, the audience would conclude the experience with a softer impression, marked by tenderness and pity, feelings that, in the end, united what affliction and jealousy had tried to separate. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 73, The Stage Manager. Fate acts not only as a playwright but also as its own stage manager, determining the entrance of characters onto the scene and executing the necessary cues for the plot. Bentinho recalls a theatrical performance from his youth, in which the main character, embodying the role of Ahasuerus, awaited the sound of a trumpet at the moment of the last judgment. As the sound effect did not occur, the actor had to approach the wings to demand the cue, being heard by the audience who, faced with the technical error, transformed the solemn moment into a comical situation. This logic of fate, which prepares opportune moments, applies to what Bentinho experienced beneath Capitu's window. In those days, it was common for young men to show off on horseback while visiting their sweethearts, a habit recorded in the literature and customs of the time. Bentinho observes the passing of a man, a horseman who displayed an elegant posture and riding attire. Unlike the others who merely passed by, that individual acted as the sound cue that was missing from Bentinho's scene. Upon passing Capitu's house, the horseman turned his face and exchanged a glance with her, while the animal continued its course. This brief instant was enough to awaken in Bentinho a profound feeling of jealousy, although he recognized that admiring good-looking people was something natural. The fact that that man passed by there frequently made the situation unbearable for his passionate temperament. Without uttering a single word to Capitu, Bentinho withdrew from the street in a hurry, taking refuge at home, overcome by the tumult of his own emotions. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 74, The Strap. In the living room, Uncle Cosme and Jose Diaz were talking as they moved about the space. The presence of Jose Diaz brought to Bentinho's memory an observation made previously at the seminary, in which the dependent suggested that Capitu would end up marrying some young man from the neighborhood. This recollection intensified the discomfort Bentinho had already brought with him from the street, leading him to question whether that insinuation, kept in his mind, might have been the reason that led him to interpret the glances of others with such distrust. Bentinho felt a strong impatience and a desire to confront Jose Diaz about the veracity of his past words, but he restrained himself while the two men continued their conversation. Bentinho's thoughts were turned toward the neighboring house, imagining that Capitu might appear at any moment to provide explanations. When Uncle Cosme finally withdrew to visit the sick person, Jose Diaz approached Bentinho in the window recess. At that moment, although Bentinho wanted to question him about any possible involvement of Capitu with the boys from the neighborhood, the fear of the answer made him prefer silence. Jose Diaz, noticing a change in Bentinho's habitual expression, inquired with interest about what was happening. To avoid eye contact, Bentinho lowered his gaze and ended up noticing that one of the straps of the dependent's trousers was unbuttoned. Taking the opportunity to divert the subject and end the tension of that instant, Bentinho pointed to the detail and asked him to button the strap. As soon as Jose Diaz leaned over to check what had been pointed out to him, Bentinho took advantage of the distraction and hurriedly withdrew from the place. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 75, Despair. Bentinho managed to avoid the dependent and his mother as well, taking refuge in his own room. There, however, he found himself unable to escape his own thoughts. In a state of deep agitation, he threw himself onto the bed and tried to stifle his sobs by muffling them with the sheet. The internal conflict was intense and led him to swear that he would never see Capitu again, deciding that he would finally follow the path of the priesthood. In his imagination, Bentinho envisioned himself already ordained, receiving the young woman's repentance with absolute coldness and profound contempt, refusing any forgiveness. While he remained isolated, Bentinho heard the voice of Capitu, who had arrived to spend the afternoon at the house, as was her custom. Although her presence had a strong impact on his senses, he maintained his decision not to leave the room. The sound of Capitu's laughter and conversation seemed like a call, but Bentinho preferred to remain deaf, feeding his hurt and resentment. In moments of emotional loss of control, he even wished to cause her physical pain, in a demonstration of the destructive intensity of his jealousy and his anguish in that moment of despair. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 76, Explanation. Bentinho remained for some time in a state of dejected quietude. Lying in his bed with his gaze fixed on the ceiling, he remembered his mother's recommendation to avoid resting immediately after meals. He rose suddenly, although he did not leave the room. He noticed that Capitu on the other side laughed less and spoke in a lower tone, which suggested a certain concern for his isolation. But that fact was not enough to alter his state of mind. He spent a bad night, without eating supper and with restless sleep. The next morning, his mood had transformed into a mixture of pain and fear for having acted precipitously, without first investigating the facts. Feeling slightly unwell, Bentinho feigned a greater malaise to avoid going to the seminary, and thus find the opportunity to talk to Capitu. The fear that she might be angry or that she might have preferred another young man consumed him, but he wished to hear her version and judge for himself if there might be any plausible explanation. Capitu presented her defense. Upon learning the cause of Bentinho's seclusion, she manifested deep discontent, considering it a great injustice that he could doubt the sincerity of the oaths exchanged between them. With tears in her eyes and a gesture of withdrawal, she expressed her hurt. Bentinho reacted promptly, taking her hands and kissing them with fervor. After wiping her eyes, Capitu explained that she did not know the young man in question, other than as a common passerby who used to walk down the street. She argued that, if there were any involvement between them, she would naturally try to hide it, and added, as definitive proof, that the young man was about to marry a girl from the Rua dos Barbonos. This revelation brought immediate relief to Bentinho, which was noticed by her. Capitu even proposed that she would stop going to the window to avoid new misunderstandings, but Bentinho promptly refused such a sacrifice. She then imposed a condition. Should any new suspicion arise on his part, the relationship would be over. Bentinho accepted the warning and swore that that would be the first and last time he would allow jealousy to cloud his judgment. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 77, The Pleasure of Old Pains. Upon recalling that crisis of his affection in his youth, Bentinho experiences a complex sensation, difficult to define with precision. The pains of that period of life, with the passing of the years, have become spiritualized to such an extent that they now dilute into a kind of melancholic pleasure. Bentinho acknowledges that the explanation is not entirely clear, but admits that life itself and literature do not always possess defined contours. The fact is that Bentinho feels a particular taste in narrating that old annoyance, even though the episode brings to his memory other sufferings that he would prefer to keep forgotten forever. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 78, Secret for Secret. During that period, Bentinho felt the need to share with someone what he was experiencing alongside Capitu. He chose Escobar for this confidence. Upon returning to the seminary, he found his friend restless, noting a concern in him regarding his absence. Escobar watched Bentinho closely, warning him about his constant distraction and advising him to be more cautious so as not to arouse suspicion. Bentinho, feeling understood, strengthened the bonds of friendship between them, declaring that Escobar was the closest person he had at the seminary. After an exchange of pleasantries regarding the importance of that friendship, Bentinho asked if his friend would be capable of keeping a secret. Escobar replied promptly, ready to listen as if he were a confessor. Bentinho then revealed that he did not intend to pursue a priestly career, despite his family's expectations. To his surprise, Escobar confessed that he shared the same purpose, revealing that his true vocation was commerce, even though he kept his religious faith intact. Encouraged by his friend's revelation, Bentinho began to speak about Capitu. Escobar immediately understood the nature of the feeling, treating the confession with naturalness and interest. Bentinho narrated the details he could, feeling an immense pleasure in sharing that secret. Escobar advised his friend not to follow the priesthood, arguing that Bentinho would be an unhappy priest if his heart belonged to the world, and that God would certainly value the sincerity of his choice. The revelation brought Bentinho a sense of renewed happiness, making the world seem like a more beautiful and welcoming place. Although Bentinho did not tell all the intimate or specific details about Capitu, what was shared was already enough to strengthen the complicity between the two. In the days that followed, the subject became recurring. Bentinho praised Capitu's moral qualities, highlighting her simplicity, modesty, and dedication. He avoided physical descriptions, focusing only on the young woman's character, and suggested that Escobar meet her in person. Bentinho explained that, at the moment, Capitu was away, but invited his friend to visit his home as soon as she returned, reminding him that his family already held great affection for him. Escobar, in turn, expressed his appreciation for Bentinho's family, especially his mother, which left Bentinho quite enthusiastic. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 79, let us proceed to the chapter. Bentinho felt a genuine satisfaction upon hearing the praises bestowed upon his mother. Observing her portrait on the wall, Bentinho reaffirmed his conviction that that woman possessed a singular quality, something that even Escobar, with only a few words exchanged, had managed to identify promptly. To Bentinho, his mother was adorable and carried an aura of sanctity. Even at the moment, she insisted on steering him toward a career he did not desire. Bentinho then pondered the veracity of that religious imposition. This theme revealed itself to be complex, delicate, and subtle, requiring deep reflection between the Bentinho who writes and the Bentinho who lived those events. It was necessary for both to seek the absolute truth about that period. This conflict, far from diminishing the maternal figure, made the memory of his mother even more admirable, perfectly balancing her human and earthly nature with the sanctity he had always attributed to her. After these initial considerations, Bentinho decided to move forward with the narrative of the events. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 80, let us come to the chapter. Bentinho recalls the religious promise made by his mother even before his birth. His mother, a woman of deep faith, had committed herself to dedicating her son to an ecclesiastical career. Although Bentinho speculates that his father, had he been alive, might have had different plans oriented toward politics, the early death of his progenitor left his mother as the sole person responsible for fulfilling the solemn vow. Initially, Bentinho's mother sought to delay her son's entry into the seminary, treating the obligation like a commercial debt one tries to postpone. However, pressured by relatives, she ended up sending her son to the São José Seminary. Bentinho remembers that, at that moment, his mother shed tears that no one understood, not even Uncle Cosme or José Diaz. Analyzing the fact, Bentinho reflects that those tears revealed both the pain of separation and a possible regret for the promise made. She questioned whether it was truly necessary to dedicate her son's life to the clergy, but being a devout woman, she felt the commitment was unshakable. The situation changed with Capitu's constant presence in the life of Bentinho's mother. The young girl became an essential companion, and gradually there arose in the mother's mind the hope that the affection between Bentinho and Capitu could be the path for him to abandon the seminary. She nurtured the secret idea that, if the love between them led him to break the contract with the church, the responsibility would not fall upon her, but upon the circumstances of life. Bentinho compares this maternal hope to the biblical story of Abraham, who, upon taking his son to the sacrifice, was interrupted by the divine voice. Bentinho's mother hoped, in her faith, that some providential event would free her from the obligation of delivering her son to the altar. Capitu began to play this role, becoming a constant and dear presence in the house. Bentinho's mother began to treat the young girl with great affection, feeling that, in every conversation and every moment shared between them, Bentinho's name was the link that united their lives and fueled the possibility of a future different from the one that had been initially traced. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 81, a word. Upon recalling the facts, Bentinho now understands the meaning of an observation made by his mother on a Saturday, shortly after he arrived home and learned that Capitu was on Rua dos Invalidos in the company of Sinhasinha Gurgel. His mother questioned why Bentinho did not go to visit her, reminding him that Sancha's father had offered the house, and pondered that Capitu had likely stayed there to finish some work or due to a request from her friend. Cousin Justina, with her habitual malice, suggested that the two were busy with flirtations. Bentinho felt an intense fury, wishing he had the means to silence that insinuation, but faced with the impossibility, he merely cast a stern look at his cousin. Although she escaped his reprisal, the seed of doubt and restlessness remained planted in Bentinho, who, the following Sunday, headed to Rua dos Invalidos. Upon arriving, he found Sancha's father in a state of deep sadness and neglect, for his daughter was afflicted by a fever that worsened with each passing moment. The man, overcome by despair, spoke of tragedies and of the end itself, should Sancha not survive. Amidst this funereal atmosphere, Capitu appeared, bringing a message from Sancha to her father. Mr. Gurgel, alarmed, wanted to know about his daughter's condition, and Capitu, with serenity, explained that the young woman merely wished to speak with him. Sancha's father asked Bentinho to wait a moment and left, leaving the two alone. Capitu, who seemed exhausted, transformed upon seeing Bentinho, recovering her habitual vivacity and showing surprise at the unexpected visit. They spoke for a few brief minutes, in tones so low and discreet that nothing of what they said could be recorded by the surrounding environment, which remained plunged in the melancholy of that sick house. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 82, The Sofa. Of all the furniture in the house, only the sofa seemed to understand the moral situation of Bentinho and Capitu, offering its cane seat with such insistence that both ended up accepting and sitting down. Ever since that moment, Bentinho has held a very particular opinion about the sofa. To him, the object allows for the blending of intimacy with decorum, making it possible to observe the room's environment without needing to leave it. Two men sitting there could debate the fate of an empire, and two women the elegance of a dress. But a man and a woman, by a sort of natural law, would hardly be able to discuss any subject other than their own relationship. That was exactly what they did. Bentinho vaguely recalls asking Capitu if the delay there would be long, to which she replied, uncertainly, that the fever seemed to be subsiding, but that the situation was still precarious. The young man also remembers explaining to Capitu, with absolute sincerity, that his visit to Rua dos Invalidos had occurred on his mother's advice. Upon hearing this, Capitu murmured a brief reflection on the origin of the suggestion, and with her eyes shining in an extraordinary way, stated that they would be happy. Bentinho repeated those words while clasping Capitu's hands between his own. The sofa, indifferent or complicit, continued to serve as a support for their joined hands and the closeness of that shared moment. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 83, The Portrait. Gurgel returned to the room and informed Capitu that her daughter was calling for her. Bentinho stood up hurriedly, feeling awkward and trying to distract his gaze by looking at the chairs in the room. In contrast, Capitu rose naturally and asked if the girl's fever had increased. Upon receiving a negative answer, she maintained the same serenity, without any sign of mystery or distress. Before leaving through the hallway, she asked Bentinho to give her regards to his mother and cousin Justina, saying goodbye with a handshake. As he watched her leave, Bentinho felt a pang of envy at the ease with which she controlled her own reactions, something he could not do. Gurgel watched the young woman as she walked away and commented on how fast she was growing. Bentinho agreed with the observation. Indeed, Capitu was going through a phase of marked and constant changes. With each meeting, Bentinho noticed how she seemed taller and more mature, both in her physical constitution and in her posture, which revealed a personality in full development. The perception of her growth was constant, with subtle changes noted in her gaze and the firmness of her gestures. Then, Gurgel turned to the wall of the room, where the portrait of a woman was hanging, and asked Bentinho if Capitu looked like the person portrayed. Following a habit of always agreeing with others' opinions when the subject did not cause him discomfort, Bentinho answered affirmatively, even before analyzing the resemblance carefully. Gurgel then revealed that it was the portrait of his late wife, and that many acquaintances commented on the resemblance between the two. He highlighted that the forehead and eyes were very similar, and that, as for their temperament, they resembled sisters. The man added that even the friendship Capitu showed for Sanchinha was identical to her mother's, concluding that life held remarkable coincidences. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 84 called. Walking down the street, Bentinho wondered if anyone had suspected anything, but concluded they had not. He was filled with a profound satisfaction, invigorated by the visit and by Capitu's joy, as well as the praise he had received from Gurgel. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that it took him a while to notice a voice calling his name insistently. Only when the voice grew louder and the speaker approached did Bentinho stop. He was already on the Rua de Matacavalos, in front of a modest china shop. The man calling him was gray-haired and of humble appearance. With tears in his eyes, the man informed Bentinho that his son, Manjuca, had passed away. He explained that the death had occurred half an hour earlier, and the burial would be the following day. The man mentioned that he had sent word to Bentinho's mother, who had kindly sent flowers for the coffin. Amidst his weeping, Manjuca's father unburdened himself about the pain of the loss, despite acknowledging that his son's suffering had come to an end. He mentioned that, days earlier, Manjuca had asked if Bentinho was still in the seminary, and he insisted that Bentinho come into the shop and see the young man's body. Bentinho felt a strong impulse to refuse and walk away. It was not fear, but rather a deep resistance to interrupting his state of happiness after his meeting with Capitu. The news of the death instantly undid the brightness of his thoughts, turning his euphoria into a gray feeling. Although he wished to decline the invitation, Bentinho found neither the clarity of words nor the strength to flee. The man, still by the doorway, made way, and Bentinho ended up entering the house almost against his own will. Bentinho pondered that Manjuka's father acted moved by the importance of his personal grief, while, for Bentinho, the center of everything was Capitu. The conflict lay in the fact that both events collided on the same afternoon. Bentinho lamented that Manjuka's death had interrupted the harmony of his spirit at that specific moment, questioning why fatality had to occur precisely when he was living an instant of full happiness. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 85, The Deceased. Bentinho entered the china shop overcome by a confused feeling. The atmosphere was dark, and with the area windows closed, the interior of the house remained even gloomier. In a corner of the dining room, Manjuka's mother was weeping, while two children watched the scene from the doorway of the alcove with expressions of astonishment. Manjuka's body lay on the bed, presenting an appearance that caused deep unease in Bentinho. Faced with that image, Bentinho felt the need to divert his thoughts to the life pulsing outside. Observing the movement of the streets, the animals, the passing train, and the vitality that contrasted with the immobility of the deceased. Manjuka was a young man of nearly 20, whose age was difficult to pinpoint due to the marks of a cruel disease that had afflicted him, leprosy. In life, his appearance was already difficult, but after death, the scene became even more striking to Bentinho, who felt a mixture of horror and a strange force that compelled him to look, and immediately after to recoil. Manjuka's parents expressed their grief with sighs and sobs, lamenting their son's suffering. Bentinho, feeling uncomfortable, hurried to say that he was expected at home and took his leave. Manjuka's father asked him to attend the funeral, to which Bentinho replied with sincerity that he would need to consult his own mother's wishes before confirming. Immediately, Bentinho crossed the shop and went out into the street, relieved to leave that scene of pain. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 86, Love, Young Men. Upon returning home, Bentinho took less than 3 minutes to reach the hallway where he stopped to catch his breath. Bentinho's goal was to erase from his mind the image of the deceased, with his pallor and misshapen appearance, details he preferred not to describe to avoid making the account unpleasant, although they were easily imaginable. In a few seconds, Bentinho managed to banish these somber impressions from his sight. It was enough for him to think of his own home, and more specifically, of the life and the lively, joyful expression of Capitu for the mental scene to transform. Given this, Bentinho recommended that young men surrender themselves to love, especially for the affection of graceful young women. For, in his view, they were the remedy for suffering, capable of bringing fragrance to what was foul and replacing the sensation of death with the fullness of life. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 87, The Carriage. Upon reaching the last step, an idea sprang into Bentinho's mind as if it had been waiting between the bars of the gate. He remembered Manjuka's father's request that he attend the funeral the following day, and after a brief reflection, concluded that he could go, provided he asked his mother to hire a carriage. This intention did not stem from a simple fondness for outings. Although Bentinho held fond memories of the times when, still a small boy, he would accompany his mother on visits or to rainy masses inside an old carriage that had belonged to his father. The family coachman, a man of advanced age, used to tease Bentinho when he saw him ready for departure, calling him joyfully for the ride. On those occasions, Bentinho would ask the driver to go slowly, contrary to his mother's natural haste, just to prolong the pleasure of being inside the vehicle. The carriage was an object of a bygone era, narrow and two-wheeled, equipped with leather curtains and glass windows. Bentinho amused himself by observing the outside world through those small panes while his mother asked him to sit down. He, however, preferred to stand to peek at the coachman with his large boots and whip, as well as to follow the movement of the houses and people in the streets. When the vehicle stopped due to traffic or some obstacle, Bentinho imagined that curious passers-by were trying to guess the identity of the occupants and commenting on the presence of the lady from Maticavolo's street and her son. That means of transport was so linked to the reserved life of Bentinho's mother that, even when the carriage became obsolete, she insisted on keeping it. Only the necessary expenses for the maintenance of the carriage house forced his mother to give up the vehicle, which was guarded by a deep sense of attachment to the memory of her late husband. To her, every inherited object represented an extension of the soul of the one who had departed. Bentinho's mother cultivated an almost rigid fidelity to old habits, fashions, and ideas, maintaining a true museum of personal relics that, in her view, helped to preserve the past. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 88, An Honest Pretext. The decision to attend the funeral did not stem from the memory of the carriage ride or the sweetness of that day. The real motivation was strategic. By following the funeral procession the next day, Bentinho would gain a pretext to miss the seminary and, consequently, make a longer visit to Capitu. The memory of the carriage was merely an accessory element, while the central objective was the reunion. Bentinho planned to return to Rua dos Invalidos under the justification of obtaining news about Sinhazinha Gurgil's health. The desire was for the situation to repeat itself, with Mr. Gurgil overcome by distress and the opportunity to be alone with Capitu, in a moment of closeness and quiet conversation. Upon communicating his plan, Bentinho declared that he would ask his mother for permission to go out. He opened the gate, and before crossing it, remembered the words spoken by the deceased's father. In a gesture of silent reflection, Bentinho repeated to himself, in a low tone, an expression of sorrow for Manjuca's fate. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 89, The Refusal. Bentinho's mother expressed perplexity at her son's request to attend the funeral. Bentinho tried to justify the request by mentioning the friendship that the deceased, Manjuca, had for him, in addition to reflecting on the family's humble condition, but his arguments were not enough. Cousin Justina intervened in the conversation, positioning herself against Bentinho going to the event. When questioned by his mother about the reason for her disagreement, the cousin argued that she was unaware of any bond of friendship between the two. Cousin Justina's opinion prevailed, and the request was denied. Upon reporting what happened to the dependent, Bentinho received a smile in response. The dependent suggested that the cousin's true motivation was to prevent the funeral from receiving the prestige of Bentinho's presence. Although he was resentful at the moment, Bentinho began to consider the dependent's explanation the next day and, as time passed, found a peculiar meaning in that situation. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 90, The Polemic. The following day, Bentinho passed by the deceased's house without stopping, quickening his pace to avoid any call. Although he did not attend the funeral, the memory of the acquaintance occupied his thoughts. They were not friends. They maintained only a distant relationship, summarized by a curious polemic that had occurred 2 years earlier during the Crimean War. Manjuca, the sick young man, lived confined to a room in the back of a shop. On Sundays, his father would bring him to the front of the establishment, where he spent his time observing the movement of the street. Bentinho, then about 13 or 14 years old, remembered seeing him there, with his health visibly failing. On one of these occasions, they began a debate about the European conflict. While Manjuca defended the cause of the Allies, Bentinho positioned himself in favor of the Russians. The discussion gained momentum when Manjuca suggested they exchange arguments in writing. A few days later, Bentinho received a text detailing the defense of Turkey and the Allies, concluding with the prophecy that the Russians would never enter Constantinople. Bentinho responded with his own arguments, starting a constant exchange of letters. Bentinho's visits to Manjuka's room became frequent. The sick boy, despite his physical condition, received the papers with remarkable enthusiasm, finding in the polemic a new meaning for his days. Manjuka's father even commented to Bentinho that the exchange of correspondence had transformed his son's spirits, who began to dedicate himself with fervor to reading and writing, even neglecting his meals to focus on the debate. Over time, Bentinho lost interest and began spacing out his responses until he ceased communication entirely. Manjuka still tried to insist, but faced with his adversary's silence, the debate ended. The last letter sent by the sick young man reiterated the same conviction that the Russians would not enter Constantinople. The Russians, in fact, did not enter, but the reflection on nature and history remained in Bentinho's mind. Manjuka fought against the disease for 3 years, resisting like Turkey, until his life ran out. Remembering his neighbor, Bentinho thought of the brevity of existence and the persistence of that political question which, for a brief period, served as the only horizon for a young man confined under a patchwork quilt. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 91, A Consoling Discovery. The reflections that Bentinho presents now in his study at Ingenio Novo were not thought of at that moment when he was on his way to the seminary. At that time, the only clear perception he had was that of having served as a relief to his neighbor Manjuka. Analyzing the past with the distance of the years, Bentinho understands that he provided his neighbor not only with a momentary relief, but with a period of true happiness. This thought brings a late consolation, for Bentinho feels that he offered 2 or 3 months of encouragement to a suffering man, allowing him to temporarily forget his afflictions. Bentinho sees this gesture as a positive balance in the accounting of his own existence. If there exists, on the other plane, some kind of recognition for virtues practiced without a deliberate intention, this specific action could serve to offset part of his faults. Regarding Manjuka, Bentinho ponders that opining against Russia would hardly be a grave error. But even if it were, the neighbor would have been paying for that brief period of happiness for 4 decades. In this way, Manjuka might perhaps conclude, albeit too late, that it would have been preferable to endure his pains in absolute silence, without expressing any opinion about the world. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 92, The Devil is Not as Black as He is Painted. Manjuka's funeral took place without Bentinho's presence. Although other deaths had occurred around him without awakening any greater sensations, that case brought a particular affliction. Bentinho recalled, with a certain melancholy, the times of his childhood, when both engaged in their first intellectual polemics and shared the enthusiasm for exchanging papers and going for carriage rides. Time, however, quickly managed to erase those longings. Besides Manjuka, 2 other people were fundamental at that moment, one of them being Capitu, whose image remained present in his thoughts throughout the following night, while the other figure would be revealed in the subsequent chapter. Bentinho took the opportunity to request of his readers that, should they dedicate special attention to the work, they might reach the conclusion that the devil is not as black as he is usually painted. Bentinho's intention was to explain that his neighbor from Matakavalos, by tempering his degrading physical condition with anti-Russian political opinions, bestowed upon his own infirmity a spiritual reflection that served as a consolation. Although there are superior forms of comfort, such as the total absence of suffering, nature possesses a divine facet that amuses itself with such contrasts, offering beauty even amidst affliction. Bentinho compared this phenomenon to the care of plants, citing the account of his gardener, who claimed that organic fertilizer was the secret for violets to exhale a superior perfume. Whether or not it is an absolute botanical fact, Bentinho considered the reflection true for the understanding of human complexities. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 93, A Friend for a Deceased. The void left by the departure of a loved one was filled by Escobar, a classmate who visited Bentinho one Sunday. The reunion was marked by a prolonged handshake and a gesture of friendship that seemed to ignore the time of separation. Escobar accepted the invitation to dinner, displaying a restrained politeness. In his conversation, he expressed the esteem he felt for Bentinho, highlighting his friend's qualities and upbringing, in addition to weaving praise for Bentinho's mother, whom he described as an admirable woman. Escobar's presence pleased everyone in the house. José Diaz, Uncle Cosme, and cousin Justina initially welcomed him very well, although weeks later, Justina commented that the young man possessed a gaze that was too attentive and curious. Bentinho defended his friend, attributing such a characteristic to the nature of his eyes, while Uncle Cosme and José Diaz pondered the possibility of Escobar being, in fact, a young observer, even though Bentinho's mother insisted on his seriousness. When Bentinho related Escobar's appreciation to his mother, the young man showed genuine joy. In a later conversation, Escobar praised Bentinho's mother, admiring her youthful appearance and comparing the features of both. He showed great interest in the family history, listening attentively to Bentinho's accounts of his father and his past life. Escobar shared memories of his own childhood, which led to an exchange of confidences about the past. During a walk through the vegetable garden, Bentinho introduced Escobar to some of the enslaved people of the house. The conversation drifted to the names and origins of those people, with Escobar noting the diversity of the nomenclature. They also discussed the family's properties, with Escobar showing interest in the houses that Bentinho's mother owned in the city. The walk continued to the wash house, where Escobar made observations about domestic cleanliness. That moment of harmony between the two friends under a clear sky was marked by a sense of well-being, leading Escobar to reiterate, with sensitivity, the admiration he nurtured for Bentinho's mother, whom he considered a person of rare moral beauty. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 94, Arithmetic Ideas. Escobar possessed a remarkable arithmetic skill, capable of performing complex calculations with impressive speed. He demonstrated an unusual facility for adding, multiplying, and dividing numbers with many digits entirely in his head, maintaining a fixed and concentrated gaze while processing the operations. To Escobar, digits were superior to the letters of the alphabet, which he often considered useless or redundant, classifying various consonants as mere calligraphic complications. He admired the precision of numbers, highlighting especially the role of the zero, which, despite possessing no intrinsic value, was capable of significantly elevating the magnitude of other digits when positioned beside them. Bentinho, raised under the orthographic rigidity of his parents, listened to those opinions with strangeness, although he avoided entering into direct arguments. Escobar, for his part, argued that arithmetic ideas were more natural and easier to handle than the complexities of philosophy or language. To prove his point, he challenged Bentinho to present a numerical problem that could be solved immediately. Bentinho proposed that he add the value of the rents of several of his mother's houses. The following week, he presented the numbers to Escobar, who, in less than a minute, calculated the total value with absolute precision. Escobar's ability to mentally add varied amounts from 9 different houses, something that would require time and paper for Bentinho, left him amazed. Upon verifying the exact result, Bentinho felt such enthusiasm that he hugged his friend in the seminary courtyard. The gesture, however, attracted the censure of a priest, who warned them against excessive displays of affection, preaching moderation. Escobar commented to Bentinho that reaction was the fruit of the envy of the other seminarians, and suggested that they distance themselves to avoid problems. Bentinho, however, refused the idea, encouraging the strengthening of the friendship between them. Escobar responded by squeezing Bentinho's hand with such force that, in the latter's memory, the physical pain seems to persist to the present moment, leading Bentinho to interrupt his writing for a few moments. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 95, The Pope. Escobar's friendship was consolidating, but José Diaz's was not far behind. One day, the dependent affirmed to Bentinho that his departure from the seminary was a near certainty. He promised to reveal the details the following day, guaranteeing that it was a holy idea. When the moment arrived, José Diaz laid out a plan that impressed the young seminarian with its grandeur and spiritual appeal. The dependent believed that Bentinho's mother regretted the promise she had made, but felt bound to it by a moral duty. The solution, according to José Diaz, would be a trip to Rome to request absolution from the commitment from the Pope. Bentinho received the proposal with caution, although he admitted that the idea seemed like a good remedy. José Diaz showed himself anxious to communicate the plan to Dona Gloria immediately, but Bentinho asked for a week to reflect. The dependent soon suspected that the young man wished to consult others before deciding, referring to Capitu and Escobar. Although Bentinho denied it, the plan to travel to Rome took on the contours of an epic journey in the mind of José Diaz. He described the trip as a solemn mission, in which Bentinho, as the promised Levite, would prostrate himself before the pontiff to ask for the dispensation on behalf of his mother. The dependent painted an idealized picture of the scene, suggesting that the gesture would be blessed by heaven and would guarantee the happiness of all involved. The speech reached Bentinho's feelings, and he began to visualize the possibility of returning to the company of his mother and Capitu. However, despite José Diaz's enthusiasm, Bentinho maintained prudence. He knew he needed to hear Capitu's opinion and Escobar's advice before making any definitive decision regarding a journey whose implications went far beyond geography. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 96, A Substitute. Bentinho explained José Diaz's suggestion about the trip to Europe to Capitu. She listened attentively, but reacted with sadness, expressing the fear that the distance and the beauty of foreign lands would lead Bentinho to forget her. Although Bentinho denied such a possibility, Capitu insisted on her doubt, questioning whether there might not be another way to solve the problem, since Dona Gloria's promise still seemed like an insurmountable obstacle. Capitu asked that, should the trip come to pass, Bentinho swear to return in 6 months. He promptly swore, invoking God and everything that was sacred to him. When she asked what would happen if he lied, the question caused Bentinho pain, and he did not know how to answer immediately. Capitu, changing the tone of the conversation, ended up declaring that she believed his word, but both agreed to continue seeking an alternative solution. Upon returning to the seminary, Bentinho shared the situation with Escobar, who reacted with the same concern. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Escobar. He suggested that, since Dona Gloria's promise consisted of offering a priest to God, the goal could be achieved without Bentinho needing to pursue the priesthood. It would suffice for Bentinho's mother to adopt a young orphan and pay for his religious education, thus fulfilling the original vow. Bentinho felt a great sense of relief at the suggestion, convinced that it was the ideal solution. Escobar promptly offered to consult the protonotary or even the bishop, if necessary, to validate the substitution. Escobar also pondered the economic feasibility, noting that the income of Bentinho's family would be sufficient to support the new seminarian. The plan brought a wave of hope to both of them. Escobar revealed that he also intended to leave the seminary, claiming that Latin would be more useful for his plans in commerce than theology. Bentinho, feeling optimistic, celebrated the idea. As he thanked his friend again for the plan, Escobar reaffirmed with seriousness that religion and freedom could, in fact, walk together. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 97, The Departure. The departure from the seminary was finalized after the initial hesitation of Dona Gloria, who finally yielded to the approval of Father Cabral, backed by consultation with the bishop. Bentinho left the institution at the end of that year, being little more than 17 years of age. Reflecting on that period, Bentinho considers the need to accelerate the narrative, as the length of the work no longer permitted the minute detailing of every phase of life. The moment required synthesis and agility, sacrificing the deep analysis of his youthful emotions for the sake of the story's conclusion. Bentinho describes the transition of his 17th year as a peculiar stage, where the boy and the man coexisted in a constant search for discovery. José Diaz, in his habitual observations, classified Bentinho as a young man of extreme curiosity, a characteristic that the narrator himself recognizes as striking. Despite the rigid training at the seminary and the constant influence of his mother, Bentinho admits that, at that time, his mind was frequently occupied by impulses of restlessness. The awakening of youth brought with it a mixture of shyness and boldness, influenced as much by nature as by the social interactions of that time. Bentinho recalls that, although he lived in an environment of seclusion, the attention he received from those around him awakened in him a sense of vanity, something he now understands as an element inherent to the process of maturing and to human frailties. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 98, 5 years. Reason prevailed and Bentinho dedicated himself to his studies. Time passed, and at 22 he graduated with a law degree. Around him, the world had changed. His mother had accepted her aging, even though the signs of age were discreet, maintaining her usual habits and attire, though she no longer moved with the same agility as before. Uncle Cosme suffered from heart problems, and cousin Justina showed the weight of the years. José Diaz, although also older, maintained his customary energy as he attended Bentinho's graduation and returned with him from the mountains. Capitu's mother had passed away, while her father had retired. Escobar, after 4 years of work at an important commercial house in Rio de Janeiro, began trading coffee. Rumors circulated, fueled by cousin Justina, that he was interested in a marriage with Bentinho's mother, but the age difference made the hypothesis unlikely. In reality, Escobar was seeking support for his commercial ventures, and through Bentinho, obtained a loan from his mother, which was promptly repaid, accompanied by a remark from Escobar regarding that lady's caution in relation to investments. The friendship between Bentinho and Escobar remained unshaken. Escobar became the fundamental intermediary in the exchange of correspondence between Bentinho and Capitu, encouraging the relationship from the beginning. Although Capitu preferred, at first, the assistance of José Diaz, Bentinho's resistance to turning to the dependent made her accept Escobar's help. Thus, he began to serve as a confidant and messenger for the couple. Even after Escobar's marriage to Sancha, Capitu's friend and almost sister, he continued to provide assistance to the young couple. Sancha was treated by Capitu as a sister-in-law, illustrating how affections and bonds tighten throughout life, shaping the stories that follow. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 99, The Son is the Image of the Father. Bentinho's return as a law graduate brought immense joy to his mother, who could barely contain her emotion. José Diaz, upon witnessing the affectionate reunion between mother and son, resorted to the scriptures to express the solemnity of that moment of union. Amidst tears of happiness, Bentinho's mother sought confirmation from her brother, Uncle Cosme, regarding the physical resemblance between the young man and his late father. Uncle Cosme agreed with the observation, noting striking features in Bentinho's eyes and facial structure, although he made a jocular remark about the young man being a more modern version of his father. The uncle took the opportunity to ask if the mother still lamented Bentinho's decision to abandon the religious life, suggesting that he would hardly have been an exemplary priest. The conversation continued with news about the seminarian who had taken Bentinho's place, with Uncle Cosme informing them of the upcoming ordination and inviting the family to the ceremony. Bentinho's mother, however, remained focused on the physical resemblance to her husband, asking her son to observe her attentively to notice how the features matched, despite the difference caused by the mustache Bentinho had grown. Faced with his mother's affectionate insistence, as she kissed him with deep tenderness, Bentinho felt like the center of attention in the house. Both Uncle Cosme and José Diaz, as well as other acquaintances and visitors, began to address him with the title of doctor, reinforcing the new status he now occupied before his family and society. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 100, You Shall Be Happy, Bentinho. In his room, while unpacking his suitcase and taking out his bachelor's degree, Bentinho felt overcome by a sense of glory and happiness. He projected his future, imagining his marriage and illustrious career, while José Diaz assisted him in silence. At that moment, Bentinho felt as if an invisible fairy were whispering a promise of happiness to him. When he asked José Diaz if he had heard that voice, the dependent replied with skepticism, suggesting that Bentinho himself was projecting his own thoughts. Bentinho, however, preferred to believe in the almost supernatural nature of that prediction, comparing it to the literary prophecies that echo within people. José Diaz resumed speaking, reaffirming that Bentinho deserved the happiness that awaited him, just as he deserved the degree earned with academic distinction. The dependent took the opportunity to express a feeling of exclusion, mentioning that Bentinho no longer shared all his secrets, preferring the company of new friends like Escobar. Next, José Diaz addressed Bentinho's relationship with Capitu. He declared that such proximity between neighbors was a blessing, describing the young woman with admiration, praising her discretion, her domestic talents, and the maturity she demonstrated in managing her father Padua's house. Bentinho, surprised, asked if his mother, Dona Gloria, really approved of the union. José Diaz assured him that Bentinho's mother saw in Capitu an excellent daughter-in-law, and that, although there had been no formal marriage proposal, Dona Gloria had shown clear satisfaction when consulted about the young woman's qualities. The dependent also mentioned that cousin Justina seemed displeased, perhaps due to rumors of a possible marriage of her own to Dr. Joe de Costa, although the subject was treated by José Diaz with a certain humor and caution. By the end of the conversation, Bentinho was no longer paying attention to the details about Justina. In his mind, only the voice of that inner fairy resonated, guaranteeing him happiness, reinforced by the image and words of Capitu and Escobar. A few weeks later, when Bentinho formally requested his mother's permission to marry, Dona Gloria, in addition to granting her consent, blessed her son with the same prophecy of happiness, sealing the destiny he so longed for. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 101, In Heaven. Bentinho invites the reader to quicken their pace toward matrimony, fearing that the wait might become excessive. The wedding took place on a rainy afternoon in March 1865. Upon arriving at the heights of Tijuca, the location chosen as the couple's refuge, the rain ceased and the sky lit up with stars of unusual brilliance. In a tone of fabulous memory, Bentinho describes a spiritual reception where St. Peter himself supposedly opened the gates of heaven to them. According to the account, the apostle gave them advice on conjugal life, emphasizing the importance of mutual respect, honor, and moderation in adornments, preferring inner virtue to the ostentation of lace or gold. In that imaginary setting, angels sang hymns in perfect harmony, in a sublime musical experience that surpassed any earthly performance. Bentinho mentions that they traversed part of that infinite space, although he refrains from describing it, considering human language insufficient for such a task. Reflecting on the experience, Bentinho admits the possibility that it may have been nothing more than a dream, conditioned by his past as a seminarian, accustomed to the sounds of Latin and the sacred scriptures. Capitu, despite not possessing the same biblical knowledge, had supposedly assimilated passages about the satisfaction of resting under the shadow of the beloved. The following day, she assured Bentinho that she accepted all the precepts heard, promising that he would be her only ornament. In response, Bentinho declared that she would always enjoy the finest lace the world could offer. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 102, As a Married Woman. The week in Tijuca passed like a clock without a face, whose pendulum swung without marking time, keeping Bentinho and Capitu in absolute isolation. The couple constantly relived memories of their youth, recalling the difficulties of the past, the long wait, and the interference of José Diaz, who, after trying to separate them, ended up celebrating their union. Although they planned their return, they constantly postponed the descent, waiting for a weather that never arrived. Bentinho noticed that Capitu was showing growing impatience. She frequently mentioned the lack of news from her parents, which sparked a brief misunderstanding between the couple. When asked by Bentinho if she was bored with his company, Capitu promptly denied it. She explained, with tenderness, that he still retained traces of a childish personality, and assured him that her anxiety was due only to concern for her family and the desire to see her father again. Despite her insistence on waiting for a cloudy day, impatience won out, and they departed under a strong sun. During the journey, Bentinho observed Capitu's satisfaction in displaying her new social status. She wore her married woman's hat and behaved with a posture that sought recognition from the outside world, not content with the privacy of their retreat in Tijuca. As they walked through the streets, both felt the same desire to be seen and recognized. Bentinho admitted to himself that he invented outings just so that people would notice the couple, confirming their new marital status. As they passed, they noticed the curiosity of passers-by, who commented on the union of Dr. Santiago with Capitolina, mentioning the long history since childhood and the life they now led in Gloria. Public recognition completed for both of them. The feeling that the marriage was, finally, a consolidated fact before society. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 103, Happiness Has a Good Soul. José Diaz was the only visitor that Bentinho and Capitu received during the period they were in Tijuca. He brought with him embraces from their family members and words that Bentinho described as true melodies, so pleasant that they required no longer records to be preserved in memory. In one of these meetings, José Diaz compared the couple to birds raised in the eaves of neighboring roofs, which, upon growing and gaining strength in their wings, launched themselves together into the sky, finding a much vaster horizon to shelter them. Faced with that reflection, Bentinho and Capitu remained silent, deeply touched and convinced by the poetic image, feeling that, in that moment, the memories of previous years lost their importance in the face of that peace. Bentinho's perception of that instant was clear. Happiness possesses a kind soul. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 104, The Pyramids. Bentinho's life followed a serene course, marked by the division of José Diaz's attentions between the house in Gloria and the one in Matacavallos. 2 years after the wedding, despite the absence of children, daily life passed with tranquility. Bentinho recalled that, although he had lost his father-in-law and Uncle Cosme's health was failing, his mother and his own wife enjoyed good health. Professionally, Bentinho was establishing himself as a lawyer, counting on the fundamental support of Escobar, who used his influence to facilitate Bentinho's entry into reputable firms and secure his first powers of attorney. Family relations maintained the closeness of times past, with Sancha and Capitu preserving the friendship begun at school, and Bentinho and Escobar cultivating the bond since the seminary. The families visited each other frequently, alternating between the house in Andoray and Bentinho's residence. The Sunday gatherings were long, extending from the early afternoon until late at night. Reflecting on those periods, Bentinho felt a melancholy for the transience of existence, comparing the fragility of human life to the solidity of the pyramids. Escobar and Sancha lived in harmony, with a young daughter. Rumors reached Bentinho's ears about a possible distraction of Escobar's with a theater actress. But the fact, if real, never generated scandals, maintaining Sancha's discretion and her husband's hardworking character. In a conversation, Bentinho confided to Escobar his sadness over the lack of a child. Escobar advised patience, suggesting that fate or divine will would define the right moment. Bentinho, however, saw in a child the essential complement to life. Both he and Capitu longed for parenthood, even including it in their daily prayers, in a desire that, for Bentinho, took on the urgency of an unavoidable necessity. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 105, The Arms. The life of Bentinho and Capitu followed with tranquility. In the early days, Capitu demonstrated a contagious joy comparable to a bird that recovers its freedom upon leaving the cage. Although she appreciated jewelry, she avoided having Bentinho spend excessively, even showing distress when he insisted on expensive gifts. The couple's routine was marked by moments of peace, whether in the company of family and friends or on the nights spent at the window of the house in Gloria, observing the landscape, the sea, and the movement of the city. Bentinho frequently shared with Capitu accounts of local history or notions of astronomy, subjects she followed with attention, even if at times fatigue overcame her. Capitu dedicated herself to learning the piano after the marriage, evolving rapidly, and began to play at social gatherings. She also ventured into singing a few songs, but conscious that her voice was not her strong point, she decided to stop singing on her own initiative. Her love for dancing, however, remained, and she prepared herself with dedication for the balls. Bentinho recalls that Capitu's arms were remarkable. The first time she attended a ball with bare arms, the beauty of that physical feature awakened in Bentinho a deep pride. He could barely converse with other people, as his attention remained fixed on the elegance with which she moved. However, the experience changed at the following ball, when Bentinho noticed the constant gaze of other men upon her. Feeling uncomfortable with the attention of others, he decided not to attend the third event. Upon confiding his discomfort to Escobar, the latter readily agreed, commenting that his wife, Sanchinha, would either not go to the ball or would wear long sleeves, as he considered such exposure to be inconvenient. Bentinho recommended that the real reason be kept secret to avoid being labeled as seminarians, a label that Capitu had already used against him. Even so, Bentinho relayed Escobar's opinion to his wife. Capitu reacted with a smile, commenting that Sanchinha's arms did not possess the same aesthetic. But despite this, she accepted Bentinho's request and did not attend that party. Subsequently, when attending other balls, Capitu began to adopt outfits that covered her arms partially, using light fabrics that maintained an appropriate discretion. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 106, 10 pounds sterling. Capitu possessed a thrifty nature, keeping not only money, but objects that bore the marks of her journey and childhood memories. Among her keepsakes, she kept old ribbon shoes, which she would occasionally take out of the dresser as if they were relics of a time that would never return. This inclination toward economy also manifested itself in finances, something Bentinho was able to verify in a curious episode one night at Gloria Beach. While Bentinho tried to explain notions of astronomy, he noticed that Capitu's attention was distant, turned toward the sea. Upon questioning her, he realized she was not following the subject, which led to a brief misunderstanding. To get around the situation, Capitu confessed that her distraction was due to a financial calculation she was trying to finish. She was seeking to add up amounts to convert paper into gold, and upon seeing Bentinho's effort to help her with pencil and paper, she ended up revealing the reason for her secret. Capitu brought 10 pounds sterling, the fruit of rigorous saving from the monthly amount she received for household expenses. Surprised by the amount, Bentinho wanted to know who had assisted her in the operation, discovering that the person responsible for the transaction was Escobar, his friend. Capitu explained that she had kept the information secret to surprise her husband. When Bentinho suggested that the money be entirely hers, Capitu insisted that the value belonged to both of them and asked him to decide the destination of that reserve. The next day, Bentinho met Escobar at the warehouse and commented on what had happened. His friend revealed that Sanchinha, his own wife, had been impressed by Capitu's ability to save in times of scarcity. Escobar observed that Sanchinha, although not a spendthrift, did not possess the same financial discipline. Upon hearing the account, Bentinho felt a deep pride and declared that Capitu was an angel, while Escobar merely agreed with a restrained gesture, reflecting on the differences between the virtues of their wives. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 107, Jealousy of the Sea. Bentinho recalls that his interest in astronomy facilitated the discovery of Capitu's 10 pounds, but clarifies that his suffering over her inattention and the subsequent jealousy of the sea did not stem from intellectual vanity. He explains that his jealousy was directed toward what was happening in his wife's mind, fearing that internal distractions could carry gradual and subtle guilts. For Bentinho, the memory of a glance or simple imagination would suffice to awaken insecurities, without the need for concrete acts. This restlessness, which he compares to the confusion of scale between Sirius and Mars, led him to turn pale, fall silent, and feel the desire to flee the room. However, the impulse to withdraw lasted only a short time, usually just 10 minutes, enough time for him to return and resume the interrupted lesson on the stars. Bentinho acknowledges that his jealousy was intense, yet brief, possessing the same speed both to destroy and to rebuild his world. After these episodes, Bentinho felt even closer to Capitu, who appeared more gentle and serene. He ponders that this rapprochement did not occur only because of the savings revealed by the sterling pounds, but because of the care she showed in hiding her daily worries. During this same period, his friendship with Escobar became deeper, strengthening the bonds of their visits and making the conversations between them increasingly intimate. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 108, A Son. The absence of a child was a constant void in Bentinho's life, as he longed for a child of his own, even if he imagined one fragile or small. When visiting Escobar and Sancho in Andorai, the couple often felt envious of their friend's daughter, a lively and talkative girl who awakened in them the desire for parenthood. Over time, this melancholy gave way to hope, and finally, to the birth of a robust and healthy son. Bentinho's joy was absolute, a happiness he described as a vertigo, leading him to a state of constant attention toward the boy, to the point of neglecting his professional obligations. Capitu shared the same tenderness, and the couple spent hours watching their son, especially during breastfeeding, a moment that Bentinho considered of inexpressible mystery and charm. The domestic routine was accompanied by the dedication of Bentinho's mother and Sancha, who insisted on staying at the house to help during the first few days, despite Bentinho's initial resistance. Escobar was also present, frequently dining with the family and accompanying them on walks along the beach or at the Paseo Publico. During these meetings, Bentinho projected his son's future, imagining him as a doctor, lawyer, merchant, or even a great orator. Escobar, in turn, fueled these expectations and even suggested a future union between Bentinho's son and his own daughter. Bentinho accepted the idea with enthusiasm, proposing that the children be raised together to consolidate this destiny. Although Bentinho wished for Escobar to be the godfather, Uncle Cosme imposed himself in the role, citing the urgency of his state of health. Escobar understood the situation naturally, and to compensate for the absence of the official godparenthood, Bentinho decided to name the boy Ezequiel, a tribute to his friend. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 109, An Only Child. In the previous chapter, Ezequiel had not yet been conceived, but by its end, he was already a baptized Christian. This new segment follows the boy's growth until he reaches the age of 5. Ezequiel became a child of serene appearance, with light eyes that showed a precocious curiosity about the world around him. Being an only child, the boy became the absolute center of attention for Bentinho and Capitu. The fact that no other children had come, neither living nor dead, meant that the parents' dedication was total and constant. Ezequiel's upbringing was marked by a succession of intense care, interrupted nights of sleep, and the natural scares that accompany child development. Every small fever or the discomfort caused by teething required immediate and zealous attention. Bentinho reflects on how the house's routine was organized entirely around the son's needs. He highlights that, although such care was a natural consequence of love and parental responsibility, it was necessary to record these details so that readers could understand the magnitude of that family experience, marked by exclusivity and constant zeal regarding the only heir. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 110, traits of childhood. Bentinho reflects on how the childhood of his son, Ezequiel, seemed promising and multifaceted, revealing personality traits that at times recalled his mother's introspection, and at others the enthusiasm of a child seeking to share his joys, such as the sweets he received. Escobar, observing the boy, joked with the idea that Ezequiel would be a future partner in his business. Music also held a fascination for the little one, leading Bentinho to ask Capitu to play on the piano the old candy seller's cry from his own youth. Initially, Capitu claimed not to remember the melody or the lyrics, which struck Bentinho as strange. However, he searched through his old papers for a musical transcription he had kept since his student days, and upon presenting it, saw Capitu play the notes, awakening in her a renewed enchantment for the song. Ezequiel demonstrated great liveliness in his games, dressing up as a doctor, a soldier, or an artist. Bentinho noted that his son watched the battalions passing in the street with a singular brightness and interest, far superior to the common behavior of children. The boy frequently drew his father's attention to the details of the parades, such as the commander and his soldiers. Bentinho even gifted him a bugle and lead soldiers, which sparked curious dialogues in which the boy questioned the nature of the figures painted in the engravings, revealing the same intellectual curiosity that was characteristic of Capitu. The account of Ezequiel's childhood concludes with a scene that took place at Escobar's estate. The boy found a cat that had immobilized a mouse, and instead of turning away, observed the scene with absolute attention, gesturing for his parents to remain silent. Escobar, Capitu, and Bentinho approached to observe the episode, which possessed an almost ritualistic character. When Bentinho, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, shooed the cat away to end the scene, Ezequiel showed clear frustration at having missed the outcome of that moment of observation. The boy's reaction, mixed with the understanding laughter of his parents, closed that chapter of the son's discoveries and observations of the world. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 111, told quickly. Bentinho reflects on the past with a certain benevolence, acknowledging that, despite the circumstances and the passage of time, he still finds grace in certain memories. In observing nature in its totality, Bentinho admits that he does not exclude even the simplest beings from his consideration, comparing his coexistence with animals to domestic dilemmas. To illustrate his temperament and his hesitation when faced with certain decisions, Bentinho recounts an episode that occurred shortly after the birth of his son, Ezequiel. At that time, the house was in a climate of apprehension, with his mother stricken by fever and Sancha providing assistance, while everyone's rest was disturbed by the incessant barking of 3 dogs in the street. Faced with the ineffectiveness of the local authorities in resolving the problem, Bentinho decided to take drastic action. He prepared portions of meat containing poison with the intention of eliminating the nuisance. One early morning, around 1 o'clock, he left the house armed with the bait. As he approached the animals, 2 of them retreated toward Flamingo Beach, but one remained nearby, watching. Bentinho tried to attract the dog with friendly gestures and whistles. The animal, initially hesitant, ended up approaching with its tail wagging, in a gesture that seemed to demonstrate trust. At that moment, as he prepared to offer the poisoned meat, Bentinho felt himself suddenly overcome by a profound compassion. That sign of friendship from the animal paralyzed his will, preventing him from carrying out the plan. Bentinho put the poison back in his pocket and abandoned the action. Although it may seem to the reader that the dog was attracted only by the aroma of the food, Bentinho prefers to believe that the animal, in its intuition, did not expect perfidy from that gesture, and surrendered to a trust that ended up saving its life. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 112, Ezequiel's Imitations. Bentinho observed the behavior of his son, Ezequiel, and reflected on the child's personality. Ezequiel displayed a combative spirit, ready to chase dogs or defend himself with vigor, a trait that awakened admiration in Capitu. She remarked that he had not inherited that temperament from Bentinho, who preferred peace, but recalled accounts that the boy's grandfather possessed the same disposition in his youth. Bentinho agreed that his son would not be a coward, although he noted a persistent flaw in him, the habit of imitating the people around him. The boy reproduced the gestures, manners, and attitudes of those close to him, such as cousin Justina and José Diaz, even exhibiting details that recalled the feet of Escobar and the gaze of other acquaintances. Upon hearing these observations, Capitu pondered the need to correct her son's habit, although she believed that, at that stage, it was merely a natural imitation, common to many adults who absorb the mannerisms of others. Bentinho suggested caution so as not to mortify the child, considering that there would be plenty of time for proper correction. Capitu questioned whether Bentinho had not acted the same way during his childhood, especially when he felt thwarted, to which he admitted it was a form of revenge common at that age. She reiterated her discomfort with such imitations in the domestic environment. The dialogue moved toward a memory of the past, with Bentinho asking if she felt affection for him at that time. Capitu's answer manifested in a soft laugh and a gesture of affection, wrapping her arms around Bentinho's shoulders. At that moment, he wished a sculptor could immortalize the scene in marble, aware that, although the work of art might overshadow the original models, the memory of that instant would remain as a true record of what they had lived. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 113, Third-Party Claims. Bentinho reflects on the persistence of his jealousy, which did not cool with the passing of the years or the birth of his son. Any gesture, word, or indifference from Capitu was a cause for anguish and suspicion. Bentinho's fear extended to any man, for he believed that Capitu, in enjoying being seen, naturally cast her gaze upon others. A certain lady, whom Bentinho supposed harbored some unrequited affection for him, even justified Capitu's behavior as a natural consequence of this need to be noticed. Although other women might attract his attention, Bentinho's love remained entirely devoted to Capitu, surpassing even the affection he held for his own mother. Bentinho's life revolved around her, and the rare occasions when he attended the theater without her company were infrequent and uncomfortable exceptions. On one of those nights, when Capitu claimed to be ill and insisted that he go to an opera premiere, Bentinho felt uneasy and returned home shortly after the first act. Upon arriving, he found Escobar at the door, who intended to discuss professional matters. Bentinho explained that he had returned early due to Capitu's indisposition, describing headaches and stomach pains. Escobar, initially inclined to leave due to the third-party claims they needed to discuss, was convinced by Bentinho to come up, under the premise that Capitu's health might have improved. Upon finding her, Capitu seemed well and admitted that the discomfort had been mild, having exaggerated the complaint only so that Bentinho could enjoy himself. Although Bentinho still suspected that she might be hiding the gravity of the situation so as not to worry him, Capitu assured him that she was telling the truth. Escobar, observing the scene, commented with a smile that his sister-in-law was in perfect health, then beginning the conversation about the third-party claims. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 114, in which the explained is explained. Bentinho decides to clarify a point that, although already mentioned, lacked a deeper explanation. The reason for having asked a music teacher in Sao Paulo to write down the melody of the old candy vendor's cry from Matacavalos may seem like a matter of no great relevance, but it carries important reflections. At the time when he was still attending the seminary, Bentinho and Capitu had made a solemn oath never to forget that specific melody. The moment was marked by a great youthful affection, the kind that seems to be recorded in higher spheres. Bentinho recalls how Capitu extended her arm dramatically while sealing the promise, a gesture he took advantage of to kiss her hand. Years later, while residing in Sao Paulo, Bentinho realized that the melody was beginning to slip from his memory. Moved by the desire to honor the oath made in childhood, he sought out the music teacher to record the notes on paper. However, time proved to be a relentless enemy. On that fateful night in Gloria, while rummaging through his old papers, Bentinho realized that the music and the lyrics had already disappeared completely from his mind. He reflects that his true mistake was not the forgetting, something natural to any human being, but the insistence on wanting to be punctual to a commitment that time had already made impossible. This experience leads Bentinho to digress on the nature of oaths. He considers that the transition from the practice of the oath to the simple affirmation, established by the political constitution, is a moral advance, as it avoids the sin of breaking a commitment. For someone who fears God more than men, lying becomes a dilemma, especially when one ponders the spiritual consequences. Bentinho differentiates hell, seen as an eternal shipwreck, from purgatory, which he describes as a kind of pawn shop, where virtues are used as collateral to pay off faults, in a continuous process of renewal until the accounts of conscience are finally settled. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 115, Doubts Upon Doubts. Bentinho had to deal with the legal objections, a task that cost him an immense effort. When Escobar presented him with a new circumstance, Bentinho dismissed its relevance, arguing that that detail did not strengthen the reasons they already possessed in any way. Escobar, suspicious, suggested that Bentinho might be trying to avoid the work of drafting the document, but such a suspicion did not align with the friendship they cultivated. They had a hurried tea, and after his friend's departure, Bentinho shared his anxieties with Capitu. With her peculiar skill, Capitu dispelled Bentinho's doubts, suggesting that Escobar was merely impressed by the judicial demand, which explained his visit at such a late hour. The conversation flowed, and Bentinho, who felt overcome by constant uncertainties, confessed to Capitu that he noticed cold and distant behavior on the part of his mother. Capitu, with her usual dexterity, minimized the situation, attributing the fact to common jealousy among mothers-in-law, and assured him that the affection would return with time, especially when she missed them, or when their daily interactions normalized. Bentinho, however, observed that his mother's coldness extended even to her grandson, Ezequiel, who no longer received the same attention as before. Capitu suggested that his mother-in-law might be ill and convinced Bentinho that they should visit her for dinner the following day. The dinner passed without any major developments. Bentinho's mother maintained a vigorous appearance despite her age, and the conversation followed its usual course with the other guests, covering topics such as marriage, politics, and health. On the walk back home, Bentinho and Capitu continued to discuss the doubts that tormented him. Capitu maintained her position that her mother-in-law's behavior was fleeting, and that they should wait. From that night on, Capitu became even sweeter to Bentinho. She began to avoid him at the window so as not to arouse jealousy, but when Bentinho arrived, he would find Capitu at the top of the stairs, receiving him with the same serene joy of their childhood days. Ezequiel, sometimes present, participated in the customary gesture of affection upon arrival and departure, showering his father with kisses. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 116, Son of Man. Bentinho asked José Diaz about his mother's new attitudes, but the dependent expressed total astonishment, assuring him that nothing had changed since the praise for Capitu's virtue remained constant. Bentinho reflected on how, despite having questioned his own marriage in the past, he now recognized the union as a true blessing, admiring the dignity that the former mischievous girl from Matacavallos had attained. When asked by Bentinho about the reason his mother had not visited them for so long, José Diaz justified the absence due to Dona Gloria's rheumatism, which forced her to rest beside her ailing brother. Bentinho hesitated to confront the dependent about the coldness he perceived during the visits they themselves made to Matacavallos, preferring to maintain a prudent distance. Next, José Diaz asked to see Ezequiel and began to address him with biblical expressions, repeatedly calling him son of man while asking about his toys or offering him sweets. Capitu showed irritation with that language, which led the dependent to agree promptly, justifying that he spoke that way only for a change, and he soon began to treat the child with other manners. Capitu, however, made it clear that she would not allow the dependent to continue with the habit of imitating others. Bentinho, for his part, noted with some discomfort that his son already displayed habits of gesture, especially mannerisms that resembled Escobar, such as the way of turning his head when speaking or letting it fall when laughing. Although Capitu scolded the boy severely, Ezequiel, being very mischievous, took advantage of a moment of distraction to imitate Jose Diaz's gestures in the middle of the room. While Bentinho could not contain his laughter, Capitu's expression darkened immediately, reprimanding her son firmly and forbidding him from repeating that conduct. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 117, Close Friends. Escobar had left Andaraje and acquired a residence in Flamengo. Bentinho recalls having visited the place recently, moved by the desire to verify whether the old impressions still remained vivid or if they had dissipated. As he walked through those old streets and observed the houses that retained the same structure as before, Bentinho felt the weight of time, reflecting on how everything there, including himself, seemed to have aged. Escobar's house remained unchanged, although he no longer lived there. Bentinho remembers that during the period of greatest closeness between them, their interaction was so intense that the two houses, his and Escobar's, functioned as a single home. The route between Gloria and Flamengo had become a private path, shared daily. Bentinho reflects on the idea that distance might be necessary to preserve friendship, a concept he questions when analyzing his own experience. Unlike the maxim that suggests that separation protects bonds, Bentinho and Escobar lived in constant proximity. Their families spent time together. Evenings were passed in conversation and games, and the children, Ezequiel and Escobar's daughter, moved freely between the two houses. Observing the interaction between the children, Bentinho even considered the possibility that their destiny might follow the same course as his and Capitu's. Sancha, Escobar's wife, noted a resemblance between the two little ones, but Bentinho promptly pondered that it was merely a natural imitation of gestures on Ezequiel's part. Escobar agreed with the observation, suggesting that frequent contact between children often generated certain similarities. Bentinho, on that occasion, limited himself to agreeing without certainty, although he recognized the deep affection that united the two, even if the future did not lead them to marriage. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 118, Sancha's Hand. Everything in life has its end, and what seems lasting does not always withstand time. Bentinho reflects on how people cling to constructions they believe to be eternal, like castles in the air. One night in Flamengo, Escobar invited Bentinho, Capitu, and cousin Justina to a dinner the following day, mentioning a family project that involved the four of them. Sancha, who was observing the conversation, approached Bentinho when her husband stepped away and revealed that the project was a trip to Europe, planned for 2 years hence. Upon hearing the news, Bentinho felt an impulse of affection for Sancha, but when he met her gaze, he noticed that her look did not convey simple camaraderie. There was a different intensity, something that made Bentinho question his own thoughts. Later, Escobar, with his habitual confidence, boasted of his physical strength and prowess in swimming, inviting Bentinho to feel the firmness of his arms. Bentinho, in a moment of introspection, even compared the contact with his friend to the sensation of closeness with Sancha. As they said goodbye, Sancha squeezed Bentinho's hand with a firmness and a lingering quality that departed from habitual protocol. Although Bentinho tried to rationalize the gesture as a simple manifestation of enthusiasm for the travel project, he felt an internal discomfort, a kind of vertigo in the face of that contact. While they returned home, listening to the sound of the rough sea, Bentinho's mind oscillated between guilt and confusion. Once home, secluded in his study, Bentinho stared at Escobar's portrait. He felt disloyal for allowing wayward thoughts to occupy his mind regarding a friend's wife. He tried to convince himself that it was all nothing more than a mistaken interpretation, the fruit of a fleeting sensitivity or his own shyness, which often prevented him from seeing things clearly. He sought refuge in the idea that any intention contained therein would be merely a momentary accident, something that would dissipate with time. Looking again at his friend's image and noting his frank expression, Bentinho sought to cast aside his doubts, shook his head, and finally went to sleep, trying to erase from his memory the warmth of Sancha's hand. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 119. Do not do that, my dear. The narrator, Bentinho, perceives that the reader, acting as a friend seeking a brief respite from social obligations within these pages, feels an immediate impulse to close the book upon noticing that the narrative is approaching a point of excessive tension. Bentinho asks her not to take such a hasty action, assuring her that, in order to preserve the continuity of the reading, he himself will take care to change the course of events. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 120. The Legal Files. The following morning, Bentinho awoke free from the disturbances that had afflicted him the day before, attributing them to mere hallucinations. After having his coffee and examining the newspapers, he dedicated himself to the study of some legal files, while Capitu and cousin Justina withdrew for the 9 o'clock mass in Lapa. Immersed in reading the opposing parties' allegations, the figure of Sancha lost all relevance in his mind. Bentinho focused on the counterarguments, observing that they were fragile and lacked legal or practical foundation, which gave him the clear perception that the case would be easily won, for which reason he consulted the necessary reference works. At a certain moment, Bentinho's gaze fell upon Escobar's portrait. It was a photograph from a year earlier, in which his friend appeared standing, with his frock coat buttoned, maintaining an elegant and natural posture. The frame chosen by Bentinho did not hide the dedication, written at the bottom of the card, where Escobar expressed his affection for the friendship that united them. Reading those words brought serenity to Bentinho, completely dissipating the shadows of the previous day. With the clarity of vision he possessed at that time, Bentinho read the message with ease, and feeling strengthened, returned to his work on the files. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 121. The Catastrophe. At the height of that moment, the silence of the house was suddenly interrupted by hurried footsteps on the stairs, the insistent ringing of the doorbell, and urgent knocking at the gate. Voices were raised, and everyone began to move, including Bentinho. It was a slave from Sancha's house, who brought a desperate message. He reported that his master had been swimming and was dying. Bentinho heard nothing more, or perhaps the rest of the message was lost in his immediate shock. Without wasting time, he dressed, left a quick note for Capitu, and ran toward Flamingo. During the journey, Bentinho tried to anticipate the facts, and the terrible truth began to take shape in his mind. Escobar had decided to swim as usual, but having ventured further than his habit in a rough sea, he ended up being swallowed by the waters. The canoes that arrived at the scene to provide help barely managed to recover the body, already lifeless. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 122. The Funeral. Bentinho spared himself and the readers the description of the widow's tears and those of the attendees. Around 11 o'clock, he left the place where Capitu and cousin Justina were waiting for him, the former with a dejected countenance and the latter showing only weariness. Bentinho asked both of them to keep Escobar's widow company while he took charge of the funeral arrangements. The funeral was planned to be pompous and was attended by a numerous presence of friends. The streets and the Gloria Beach were filled with private carriages. As the house could not accommodate the crowd, many remained outside on the beach, discussing the disaster, pointing to the place where Escobar had died, and commenting on the arrival of the body. José Diaz listened to the conversations about the deceased's business affairs, where, despite some disagreements over the value of the assets, everyone agreed that the debts were small. While they praised Escobar's qualities, other attendees took the opportunity to discuss politics, mentioning the recent Rio Branco cabinet in March 1871, a date that deeply marked Bentinho's memory. Bentinho decided that he would give a speech at the cemetery. He wrote a few lines and showed them to José Diaz, who considered them worthy of both the deceased and the one who wrote them. After reading the text slowly and approving the content, José Diaz spread the news among acquaintances in Flamengo, who began to question Bentinho about the brief oration he intended to deliver. Bentinho had prepared the text in advance, fearing that emotion would prevent him from improvising. During the time he traveled through the city in a tilbury, he recalled the days at the seminary, Escobar's relationships, and the uninterrupted friendship that united them until fate separated them definitively. From time to time, Bentinho wiped his eyes, ignoring the coachman's curious questions about his emotional state. Upon arriving home, he transferred all those emotions to paper, consolidating the speech that would be read before the grave. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 123, Tide-Swept Eyes. The moment of the commendation and departure finally arrived. Sancha wished to say goodbye to her husband, and the intensity of that suffering caused deep emotion in all those present. Many men wept, as did all the women. Only Capitu, while supporting the widow, seemed to maintain control over herself. She sought to console her friend and tried to lead her away from that environment, amidst the general disorder of the scene. At that instant, Capitu fixed her gaze upon the body with such intensity and passion that it came as no surprise that a few silent tears ran down her face. Bentinho, who was observing the scene, felt his own tears cease upon noticing hers. Capitu wiped her face quickly, checking to see if anyone was watching her, and redoubled her gestures of affection toward the widow, trying once again to lead her away. There was a moment, however, when the body seemed to exert a force upon Capitu. Her eyes stared at the deceased with an openness and an immensity comparable to those of the widow, though without the weeping or the verbal manifestations of the latter. They were large, open eyes, similar to the undulation of the sea, as if they sought to absorb the one who had departed that morning. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 124, The Speech. José Diaz urged Bentinho to close the coffin. As they performed the task, Bentinho felt a strange impulse to throw everything out into the street, but he restrained himself. During the journey to the cemetery, he asked his companion for silence. At the gravesite, Bentinho had to repeat the farewell rituals and assist in carrying the casket to the grave. After the burial, while the lime and the shovel were being prepared, an absolute silence took hold of the surroundings. All eyes converged on Bentinho, awaiting the speech that had been announced earlier. José Diaz whispered for him to begin speaking. Automatically, Bentinho took the paper from his pocket and began to read. His voice faltered and his hands trembled, making the delivery confused and broken. The content of the text, which evoked memories of the deceased and praised his merits, made the moment even more difficult for Bentinho, who struggled to hide his true feelings and the great turmoil that overwhelmed him. Despite the precarious execution, the audience reacted with a collective gesture of understanding and approval. He received expressions of sympathy and heard praise for the beauty and piety of his words. José Diaz remarked that Bentinho's eloquence had been worthy of the occasion. A man, apparently a journalist, requested the manuscript for publication, a request that Bentinho, in the midst of his mental confusion, ended up granting. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 125, A Comparison. Bentinho reflects on the figure of Priam, who, according to Homeric tradition, is considered the most unhappy of men for being forced to kiss the hand of the one who took his son's life. In analyzing this classic scene, Bentinho draws an inevitable parallel with his own existence. He recalls the moment he found himself in the position of extolling the virtues of the man who had received, after his death, the eyes he so admired. For Bentinho, his situation possessed a dramatic potential comparable to or even superior to the suffering of Priam. He questions the absence of great poets capable of immortalizing such human dilemmas, pondering that, contrary to what certain interpretations of Camus suggest, the scarcity of narrators does not stem from a flaw in nature, but rather from a deliberate choice by those involved themselves. Bentinho observes that those who occupy the role of Priam in real life instinctively seek the shadows and silence. Tears are contained and wiped away far from public view, so that appearances may remain serene and immaculate. In a world where suffering is hidden, public discourse favors joy to the detriment of melancholy, acting as if tragedies, such as the murder of Hector by Achilles, had never occurred. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 126, Pondering. Shortly after leaving the cemetery, Bentinho tore up the speech he had prepared and threw the pieces out of the carriage window, ignoring José Diaz's protests. Bentinho told his companion that the text had no value whatsoever, and that he preferred to destroy it immediately to avoid any future temptation to print it. José Diaz tried to argue to the contrary, praised the funeral ceremony, and dedicated words of admiration to the deceased, describing him as a noble soul and a good friend, worthy of the wife who had accompanied him. While José Diaz spoke, Bentinho plunged into his own reflections, feeling lost in confused thoughts. Upon arriving at Cadiz, Bentinho ordered the carriage to stop and asked José Diaz to fetch the ladies in Flamengo, while he would continue the journey on foot. Despite José Diaz's hesitation, Bentinho maintained his decision, claiming he needed to make a visit. In truth, Bentinho's goal was to walk without haste to organize his ideas and find a resolution to his anxieties. Walking, Bentinho compared Sancha's expression the day before with the widow's behavior at the funeral, concluding that they were irreconcilable attitudes and that the widow demonstrated a genuine feeling. Bentinho's vanity, which had previously made him doubt, began to dissipate. Bentinho's thoughts then turned to Capitu, trying to recall details of her gaze and the posture she maintained before people, questioning whether there was something to hide or if it was all just a mistaken interpretation. What was once a confusion of sensations now took on a more logical form. Bentinho concluded that it was the strength of his old passion that still blinded him and made him lose his judgment. Upon arriving near home with this conclusion, Bentinho hesitated and decided to return along the Rua do Cadiz. He questioned whether it was the doubts that tormented him or the desire to test Capitu with his excessive delay. Admitting that both motives could be present, Bentinho walked for a long time until he felt his spirit was finally appeased. When a clock in a bakery chimed 8 o'clock, he finally headed home. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 127, The Barber. Near the house where he lived, Bentinho encountered a barber who, besides practicing his trade, dedicated himself to the fiddle with a certain skill. Passing by, Bentinho stopped to listen to the music, a natural refuge for his agitated state of mind at that moment. The barber, upon noticing the young man's presence, completely ignored the customers arriving for a shave, even though it was a Sunday, and continued to play exclusively for him. This dedication led Bentinho to approach the door. It was then that, in the background, behind a chintz curtain, the barber's wife appeared, a young woman with dark skin and light clothing, adorned with a flower in her hair. Bentinho realized she was watching him and felt that, with that gesture, she was thanking him for the attention he was paying to her husband's talent. The barber, oblivious to the lost customers and his own wife, played with increasing intensity, as if pouring his soul into those notes. As a small group formed to listen to the music, Bentinho decided to continue on his way home, climbing the stairs silently. That episode remained etched in his memory, whether due to the gravity of the period he was going through in his life or the lesson he drew from the scene. Bentinho concluded that human beings slowly forget the good deeds they perform, and deep down, never forget them completely. The barber had sacrificed the earnings from those shaves just for the pleasure of being heard. Bentinho reflected, finally, on how art transforms human behavior, imagining that if he had remained there to observe the musician's wife, the barber would have played with even more ardor, moved by a desperate and profound inspiration. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 128, A Handful of Events. Bentinho climbed the stairs silently and found cousin Justina and Jose Diaz playing cards, while Capitu rose to receive him with a serene expression. The group talked about the tragedy and the widow's situation, with Capitu showing sorrow for her friend's pain and lamenting Escobar's imprudence. Bentinho questioned why she had not stayed with Sancha during that night. Capitu explained that, although she had offered to help and suggested that her friend move temporarily to her house, Sancha had refused both invitations. Jose Diaz pondered the difficulty for Sancha of contemplating the sea daily, but cousin Justina interrupted the comment with a reflection on the transience of things. Soon after, Capitu withdrew to check on her son's sleep. As she passed the mirror, she arranged her hair carefully before leaving. When she returned, her eyes were red, and she justified it by saying that the sight of her sleeping son had made her reflect on Sancha's pain. Ignoring the presence of the others, she embraced Bentinho and stated that, for him to think of her, he must first look after his own life. Jose Diaz praised the phrase, suggesting that Capitu had a talent for poetry, while Bentinho tried to deflect the subject lightly to end the night. The next day, Bentinho regretted having destroyed the speech he had written for Escobar's funeral, as he would have liked to keep that memory of his friend. Since he could not reconstruct the text with the remaining fragments and considered it risky to write another, he gave up the idea. He then began to inventory Escobar's belongings, such as books, an inkwell, a cane, and Capitu's album, objects that brought back memories of the constant exchange of gifts between them. The newspapers of that period reported the passing, extolling Escobar's qualities and trajectory. On Tuesday, the opening of the will confirmed Bentinho as the second executor, alongside Sancha. Although he did not receive any assets, Bentinho kept as a treasure a letter left by the deceased, full of esteem. Capitu, after a moment of intense crying, quickly regained her composure. With the conclusion of the bureaucratic procedures of the inventory, Sancha left for the home of relatives in Paraná. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 129, To D. Sancha. Bentinho makes a direct appeal to Sancha, asking her to stop reading the book at that moment. He suggests that, if she has already reached that point, the best thing to do would be to close the work or even destroy it, avoiding any temptation to resume reading. Bentinho warns that if she decides to proceed despite the warning, the responsibility for the consequences will be entirely hers, as he does not take responsibility for the impact that the rest of the account may cause. Bentinho ponders that the events described previously, referring to the gestures of that Saturday, have already become part of the past, since reality and Bentinho himself have belied his old illusions. However, he warns that the content that follows will have an indelible effect. He insists to his friend that she not continue, proposing that they both continue aging, each on their own trajectory, which, according to him, is the best alternative after the end of youth. Bentinho ends his reflection with the hope that, in a distant future, both may meet renewed at the gates of heaven, like plants that bloom again, according to the poetic vision immortalized by Dante. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 130, One Day. Once, Capitu questioned Bentinho about the reason for his constant melancholy and silence. With the intention of distracting him, she suggested trips to Europe, Minas, or Petropolis, in addition to a series of balls and other common occupations to lighten his spirits. Bentinho, however, refused all the proposals. Faced with her insistence, he claimed that his business was not going well. With a serene smile, Capitu tried to encourage him, stating that financial difficulties were fleeting. She suggested that, if necessary, they would sell jewelry and objects of value, moving to a more modest place where they could live peacefully until the situation improved. The tenderness with which Capitu offered this support was remarkable, but Bentinho replied dryly, refusing the idea of selling anything and maintaining his state of dejection. Faced with the refusal, Capitu tried other forms of distraction, such as card games, checkers, or a walk. But as Bentinho denied all the invitations, she withdrew to the living room and began to play the piano. Taking advantage of the fact that she was occupied, Bentinho grabbed his hat and left the house. Bentinho acknowledges that this chapter should have been preceded by an incident that occurred a few weeks earlier, shortly after Sancha's departure. However, he decides to maintain the current order of the narrative so as not to alter the structure of the book, preferring to continue with the account directly to the end. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 131, before the previous one. Bentinho's life followed a sweet and tranquil course at the beginning of 1872, with his law practice prospering and family life in harmony. One night after dinner, Capitu drew Bentinho's attention to a striking characteristic in Ezequiel. She remarked that their son possessed a peculiar expression in his eyes, similar to that of a friend of her father's, and notably to that of Escobar. Capitu asked the boy to look fixedly from one side to the other, trying to demonstrate the resemblance she had observed. Bentinho observed his son and recognized the likeness to his late friend, although he did not consider it anything extraordinary, pondering that human expressions are limited and that physical coincidences occur naturally. Ezequiel, without understanding the meaning of that analysis, looked confusedly at his parents and soon asked Bentinho to take him for a walk. His father promised he would do so soon. Distracted, Capitu turned her gaze to another point on the table. Bentinho then commented that, in terms of beauty, the boy's eyes had inherited his mother's features. Upon hearing this, Capitu smiled and made a gesture with her head that Bentinho considered unique, an expression he did not find in anyone else. The narrator reflects on how affection shapes the perception of beauty, citing the popular proverb about the way those who love see the object of their affection. That specific gesture of Capitu's made a deep impression on Bentinho, leading him to show his affection for his wife, although he acknowledges that that moment of tenderness was not essential to the unfolding of the events that would follow, centering his attention on the persistent memory of Ezequiel's eyes. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis, Chapter 132, The Sketch and the Coloring. As time passed, the features and the very presence of Ezequiel were revealing themselves more clearly, like a sketch gaining color and life. Bentinho observed this transformation with a mixture of melancholy and restlessness, for his son's face seemed to become sharper and sharper, like a letter one learns to read little by little, even in the dim light. That resemblance brought back the image of Escobar, who seemed to emerge from his memories to inhabit the house, accompanying Bentinho in every room and in every daily gesture. These manifestations of affection, which Bentinho received on the stairs or when asking for a blessing, became deeply painful. Although he tolerated them to keep up appearances before the world, his inner despair grew. When he was alone, Bentinho nurtured dark thoughts, but upon meeting his son again and perceiving the affection the child dedicated to him, he felt disarmed, constantly postponing any definitive decision. Life with Capitu became a scene of constant storms. If in the past disagreements were brief and followed by calm, now the atmosphere between them was one of permanent tension. Bentinho felt that his life, marked by the memory of Escobar's death and by Capitu's gaze, resembled the account of a shipwrecked man. Communication between the couple no longer needed words, for the final decision was read in each other's eyes, and the presence of Ezequiel functioned as an element that distanced them. To try to alleviate the situation, Capitu suggested that the boy be sent to a boarding school, returning home only on Saturdays. The child resisted, questioning with insistence whether his father would visit him and demanding firm promises that it would happen. Bentinho fulfilled the task of taking his son to the school, feeling the weight of that walk as if he were carrying something much darker. The temporary absence of Ezequiel, however, did not bring the expected relief. On the contrary, Bentinho's passion and suffering worsened. When the boy returned on weekends, the physical resemblance and even the tone of his voice made Bentinho see Escobar more and more vividly and loudly. This perception generated a feeling of aversion that he could barely disguise. To avoid contact and deal with his secret malady, Bentinho began to isolate himself in his study or leave the house on Sundays, seeking refuge in the city streets. while trying to flee from the very anguish that his son, unknowingly, awakened. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 133, An Idea. One Friday, Bentinho felt he could no longer contain a thought that was taking shape in his mind. The idea stirred internally, seeking an exit, as if it yearned for the outside world. Although the choice of the day might have been merely a coincidence, Bentinho pondered whether there might be some hidden purpose in it. Since childhood, he had been raised under the fear of Friday, a day frequently associated with bad omens in old traditions and songs he heard at home. However, disregarding superstitions, it was most likely that that thought simply needed to emerge by a vital force of its own. Bentinho observed that life possesses such beauty that even the idea of death must manifest itself before finding its realization. With this reflection, Bentinho signaled that the reader already understood the meaning of that revelation, and that it was time to proceed to the next chapter. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 134, Saturday. The idea that tormented Bentinho finally took shape in his mind during the night. The thought was persistent, preventing any attempt at rest, and time seemed to compress itself in such a way that dawn arrived much sooner than expected. Upon leaving the house, Bentinho tried to push the reflection away, but it followed him like a constant shadow. The outside world seemed tinged by the somber hue of that idea, which superimposed itself on everything he saw, making external images pale and fleeting. The rest of the day lost its sharpness in Bentinho's memory. He recalls having written some correspondence, and having purchased a substance at a pharmacy that would, in the future, go bankrupt, turning its owner into a prosperous banker. Upon feeling the weight of death kept in his pocket, Bentinho experienced a strange euphoria, as if he had attained a prize of inestimable and permanent value. Moved by the desire for a silent farewell, Bentinho visited his mother's house. In that environment, everything seemed to have gained a new light, whether due to an altered perception or the very arrangement of facts. His mother seemed less melancholy, Uncle Cosme seemed to have forgotten his health concerns, and Cousin Justina seemed to have contained the habitual harshness of her words. During that hour of peace, Bentinho even considered abandoning his intent, questioning himself whether happiness might not simply reside in remaining there, in that house, or in eternalizing that moment of serenity. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 135, Othello. Bentinho dined out and in the evening went to the theater to watch the play Othello. He had never seen or read the work, knowing only the central theme, and he considered the coincidence remarkable. While watching the performance, Bentinho reflected on how a simple handkerchief had been capable of triggering such a tragedy and the Moor's devastating jealousy. He compared that time to the present, noting that if a handkerchief had sufficed before, today sheets or shirts would be needed to awaken similar feelings. During the intermissions, Bentinho remained seated to avoid social encounters, observing the women in the boxes and imagining if any of them were mourning a lost love. The final act of the play brought Bentinho to a disturbing conclusion. He felt that it was not he, but Capitu, who should die. He followed Desdemona's pleas, her purity and love, followed by the Moor's fury and the tragic outcome, all under the applause of the audience. Upon leaving the theater, Bentinho walked the streets questioning what the audience would do if the character were truly guilty, as he believed Capitu to be. In his mind, a pillow would be too little for her. Fire and blood would be necessary, a complete destruction that would reduce her to dust. Bentinho wandered through the night, consuming only the minimum necessary to keep going. He observed the transition from dawn to the new day, feeling that this routine of sunrises would not belong to him for much longer. The streets seemed to flee from his footsteps, and he silently bid farewell to the city's landscapes. As people began their work routines, Bentinho knew that his own journey was coming to an end. Upon arriving home, he entered silently and took refuge in his study. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when he took the poison from his pocket and prepared to write a final letter to Capitu. Bentinho felt the need to leave recorded the remorse he wished for her to carry after his death. He wrote 2 texts, but discarded the first for being too long. The second, which he kept, was brief and direct, focusing only on the mention of Escobar and the justification for his decision to die, without resorting to memories of the past or the struggles they had shared. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 136, The Cup of Coffee. Bentinho's plan consisted of waiting for the coffee, dissolving the fatal substance in the cup, and ingesting it. While he waited, he recalled the story of Cato, who had read works of philosophy before passing away. Lacking Plato, Bentinho turned to a volume of Plutarch to seek the courage necessary for his intent. He lay down on the sofa, reflecting on how reading could serve as moral solace for those who decide to end their own lives. Concerned about the image he would leave for posterity, he decided to return the book to its place before consuming the poison, thus avoiding any literary association or trivial details about his attire in the news that would follow. When the butler brought the coffee, Bentinho stood up and put the book away. The house was already stirring with movement, signaling that the time for his act was running out. With trembling hands, he opened the paper containing the drug and poured the contents into the cup. As he stirred the drink, his mind oscillated between memories of the theater and the reality of that morning, until his gaze, fixed on Escobar's photograph, restored the necessary determination. Bentinho considered, however, that it would be more prudent to wait for Capitu and his son to leave for Mass before consummating the gesture. As he walked through the study, he heard Ezequiel's voice in the hallway. The boy entered and ran toward him, calling for his father. Bentinho describes that, at that moment, there was a gesture that his memory erased, but which he intuits to have been laden with beauty and tragedy. The little one's presence made Bentinho recoil until he found the bookcase. Ezequiel hugged his knees, straining on tiptoe to reach his father and offer the habitual kiss, while repeating the affectionate call. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 137, Second Impulse. Bentinho reflects that, had he not looked at Ezequiel at that moment, he might not be writing these pages. His first impulse had been to run to the coffee and drink it, and he even held the cup, but the presence of the boy, who was kissing his hand as was his custom, awakened in him a second reaction of a somber nature. Bentinho confesses, with the gravity of one who does not care for the judgment of others, that this second impulse was criminal. He leaned over and asked his son if he had already had coffee. Ezequiel replied that he had and that he was on his way to Mass with his mother. Insistent, Bentinho asked the boy to have another cup, just half, and faced with his son's questioning about his own coffee, Bentinho ordered him to drink, promising that he would ask for more for himself. Ezequiel obeyed and opened his mouth. Bentinho brought the cup closer with hands so shaky that he almost dropped it, determined to force the liquid down the boy's throat, should the cold temperature or the taste cause him repulsion. However, a sudden and inexplicable sensation made him pull back at the last instant. He placed the cup on the table and, overcome by a confused emotion, began to kiss his son's head frantically. While Ezequiel called out for his father, Bentinho, in a burst of anguish and denial, declared that he was not his father. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 138, Capitu enters. Upon raising his head, Bentinho was met with the presence of Capitu. The encounter, although it seemed like a theatrical performance, was a natural unfolding of circumstances, given that she and their son were preparing for Mass. Communication between them had become scarce and dry, marked by expectant glances on her part. At that moment, however, Bentinho perceived Capitu with a livid expression. A prolonged silence followed, typical of great existential crises. Capitu composed herself, ordered their son to leave, and requested explanations from Bentinho. He replied harshly that there was nothing to be explained. Faced with her insistence, as she questioned the origin of his tears and the reason for the disagreement between him and Ezequiel, Bentinho maintained his stance. Capitu admitted to having heard sounds of crying and words. although Bentinho believed she had understood everything clearly. Without mentioning the coffee episode, he repeated the assertion that Ezequiel was not his son. Capitu's reaction was one of stupefaction and indignation, feelings that Bentinho considered genuine, although his own conviction remained unshakable. He ignored Capitu's pain and gestures, reiterating his sentence firmly. Capitu questioned how he, once so attentive to the smallest details, could have nurtured such distrust without any prior sign. She demanded that he say everything he knew, challenging him to reveal the origin of his conviction. Bentinho dodged, stating that certain things could not be said. She insisted, declaring that if he did not explain the rest so that she could defend herself, the only way out would be a definitive separation. Bentinho accepted the proposal of separation, suggesting that the outcome occur in silence, but faced with her insistence, he decided to reveal part of what he thought. He alluded to her feelings for Escobar without going so far as to pronounce the name. Capitu reacted with a laugh mixed with irony and melancholy, observing that not even the dead escaped Bentinho's jealousy. After adjusting her shawl and standing up, Capitu sighed. Bentinho tried to utter words that might appease the moment, but was met with a look of disdain. Capitu attributed Bentinho's suspicion to the coincidence of physical resemblance and mentioned divine will as an explanation for the facts, lamenting Bentinho's lack of faith, despite his seminary training. Finally, both agreed that nothing more remained to be said. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 139, The Photograph. Bentinho was on the verge of believing he was the victim of a great illusion, a hallucination's phantasmagoria, when the sudden entrance of Ezequiel, calling for his mother for the time of Mass, restored him to the consciousness of reality. In that instant, Bentinho and Capitu looked involuntarily at the photograph of Escobar and immediately after at each other. This time, Capitu's confusion manifested itself as a silent confession. Bentinho realized that there must, of necessity, be some photograph of Escobar in childhood that would reveal the resemblance to little Ezequiel. Capitu, however, said nothing, limiting herself to repeating her son's last words, holding his hand, and leaving hurriedly for Mass. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 140, Return from Church. Upon being left alone, Bentinho felt the urge to have coffee but gave it up, for he had lost his taste for death. The idea of suicide, which had previously seemed a solution to him, was replaced by a new plan, a quest for justice that maintained the possibility of reparation. Bentinho waited for Capitu's return, fearing she might have gone to his mother's house, which did not happen. Upon arriving from church, Capitu stated that she had confided her bitterness to God and felt that a separation between them was indispensable, placing herself at the disposal of whatever Bentinho decided. Capitu's eyes, as she spoke these words, revealed a cautious expectation, as if she were awaiting a refusal or hoping that Bentinho would waver. She was counting on his weakness or his uncertainty regarding Ezequiel's paternity, but Bentinho felt transformed, as if a new man had awakened within him. He replied that he would think about it and that they would act according to his decision, although in his heart everything was already resolved. In the meantime, Bentinho recalled Gurgil's words about the inexplicable similarities between people, remembering the portrait he had seen in his house, which greatly resembled Capitu. In the following days, while observing Ezequiel in his study, Bentinho clearly noted the boy's features, which seemed to him increasingly linked to Escobar. Distant memories emerged in a stunning rush. Encounters, words, and incidents in which, in the past, Bentinho had seen no malice. He remembered moments when he found Capitu and Escobar alone and silent, and stray words that now returned with a new meaning. Bentinho also remembered the day he observed two swallows on a telegraph wire while in the company of Capitu and Escobar. At that moment, there seemed to be a harmony between them, with cheerful conversations about the swallows and various topics, while life followed its routine. What had previously seemed irrelevant or nothing at all, now, under the weight of distrust, took on a revealing and agonizing dimension for Bentinho's memory. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 141, The Solution. The solution found by Bentinho to resolve the situation was definitive. He and Capitu departed for Europe, not with the intention of leisure or tourism, but with a practical purpose. They established residence in Switzerland, where a teacher from Rio Grande do Sul accompanied Capitu and was put in charge of teaching the mother tongue to Ezequiel, while the boy prepared to enter local schools. With life organized in this manner, Bentinho returned to Brazil. After a few months had passed, Capitu began to send letters to Bentinho. He responded with brevity and a dry tone. Capitu's messages, on the other hand, maintained a submissive tone, without any demonstration of hatred, revealing themselves to be affectionate and, over time, marked by longing. Capitu frequently asked that Bentinho come to visit her. Bentinho embarked for Europe a year later, but avoided any direct contact with her. He repeated the trip subsequently, maintaining the same stance of distance. Upon returning to Brazil, when those close to him asked about Capitu, Bentinho provided news as if he were still living with her, all with the objective of simulating marital normalcy and preserving appearances before society. The strategy of constant travel served precisely to sustain this facade and deceive public opinion, until one day the course of events took a new turn. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 142, A Saint. In the travels that Bentinho made to Europe, José Diaz did not accompany him, remaining in Brazil to keep company with Uncle Cosme, who was already quite frail, and with Bentinho's mother, who had aged rapidly. Although José Diaz was also old, he remained resilient. During the usual farewells at the port, José Diaz's emotion always moved Bentinho. The last time, however, the meeting did not take place on board. José Diaz refused the invitation to go to the ship, claiming he could not, and said goodbye to Bentinho with a premonition that it would be the last time they would see each other, for he felt that his own end was near. Bentinho's mother passed away before José Diaz. After her death, Bentinho sought in the São João Baptista Cemetery a grave that would bear no name, only the inscription a saint. The task of carrying out this engraving was accompanied by bureaucratic difficulties. The sculptor found the request strange, and the cemetery administrator consulted the local vicar. The clergyman pondered that saints should be on the altar or in heaven. Bentinho explained that he did not intend to canonize the deceased, but rather to define, by means of that word, the earthly virtues she had possessed in life. He added that, as modesty was one of those virtues, he wished to preserve it even after death, omitting the name and dates, for, to Bentinho, such records would lose their meaning after the end of his own existence. The vicar, upon understanding that it was merely a tribute to that lady's goodness, eventually agreed to the inscription. The conversation then drifted to the figure of Protonotary Cabral, whom the vicar praised as an exemplary priest, a profound connoisseur of Latin and canon law, in addition to being an exceptional backgammon player. José Diaz followed the entire process with deep melancholy. As they left the cemetery, he criticized the vicar's meticulousness and lamented that those men had not known Bentinho's mother. According to José Diaz, if they had known her, they would not have hesitated to carve the word most holy on the tombstone. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 143, The Last Superlative. José Diaz accumulated various superlatives throughout his life, but the last of them was the sweetest and most significant, transforming his own death into a moment of serenity. At that stage, he was already residing with Bentinho. Even after Bentinho's mother left him a small inheritance, José Diaz insisted on affirming that he would remain by his protege's side, regardless of any legacy. Although Bentinho suspected that the old man's secret desire was to outlive him in order to bury him, he maintained constant correspondence with Capitu, repeatedly requesting a portrait of Ezequiel. As Capitu delayed sending it, José Diaz began to ask only for the young student's affection, recommending that she always mention to Ezequiel the old friend of his father and grandfather, someone who felt destined by heaven to esteem that lineage. He planned to cultivate ties with the third generation, but death anticipated Ezequiel's growth. José Diaz's illness was sudden and rapid. When Bentinho suggested calling a homeopath, José Diaz refused the idea. He declared that he preferred an allopath, justifying that death occurred in any medical school and that his former preferences were merely ideas of youth that time had dissipated. At that final moment, he declared himself converted to the faith of his ancestors, comparing allopathy to the Catholicism of medicine. His agony was brief, and he departed with tranquility. Shortly before passing away, upon hearing that the sky was beautiful, he requested that they open the window. Despite the concern that the air might harm him, José Diaz insisted that air was life. Upon being attended to, he contemplated the light blue of the firmament, let his head fall, and murmured that it was most beautiful. That was his last word in this world. Bentinho, reflecting on what occurred, recognizes the sadness of the departure and admits to having wept sincerely for the death of José Diaz. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 144, A Belated Question. Bentinho reflects on the distance that life has imposed upon him, noting that oblivion seems to be the natural destiny of his existence, now that he lives far away and maintains a reclusive routine. Although he resides in a house in Engenho Novo that replicates his former home in Matacavelos, this resemblance is the result of a rational and comparative analysis, devoid of any deep sentimental connection. Many might question why Bentinho allowed the demolition of the original house on the old street to rebuild it elsewhere, instead of simply preserving it. He explains that, after his mother's passing, upon visiting the property with the intention of settling there, he felt an absolute sense of alienation. The environment seemed not to recognize him. The mastic tree, the patanga tree, and the old well in the backyard appeared indifferent to his presence, as if he were a stranger. Even the casuarina, which once grew straight, now appeared with a tortuous and interrogative aspect, as if questioning the return of that intruder. Bentinho searched the air for some memory or thought he might have left behind, but he found nothing. Instead of welcoming memories, he heard only the whisper of the branches, which seemed to intone a youthful and unknown melody, accompanied by the grunting of the animals in the yard, which sounded like a silent mockery. Feeling that everything around him was adverse and strange, Bentinho chose to let the house be demolished. Later, upon moving to Engenho Novo, he decided only to reproduce the original structure, following the instructions he provided to the architect at the time. Dom Casmurro, by Machado de Assis. Chapter 145, The Return. One day, while dressing for lunch, Bentinho received a visit from a young man named Ezequiel. Initially, he made him wait a few minutes, but soon realized he should act with the affection expected of a father. Upon leaving the room, he found the young man observing a bust on the wall. As he turned, the young man revealed a striking resemblance to the late Escobar, Bentinho's former seminary companion. The young man, who was wearing mourning clothes for his mother, possessed the same gestures and the same expression as his childhood friend. During the meal, the physical resemblance and the timbre of Ezequiel's voice caused in Bentinho a mixture of emotion and discomfort. The young man remarked that his mother, now deceased, spoke constantly of Bentinho with great admiration. Although the situation was disturbing, Bentinho strove to play the role of a father. Ezequiel recalled episodes from his childhood, such as going to school, and demonstrated an intellectual affinity for archaeology, revealing a precise and analytical mind, much like his father's. Bentinho tried to contain the strangeness of seeing Escobar revived in the young man's gestures. When cousin Justina expressed a desire to meet Ezequiel, probably to confirm in him the traits she was looking for, Bentinho prevented the meeting under the pretext of his relative's frail health. Shortly thereafter, Justina passed away. In the following weeks, Ezequiel demonstrated a genuine enthusiasm for rediscovering the city, finding joy in every street and detail that brought back memories of his childhood. After 6 months, the young man expressed a desire to undertake a scientific trip to Egypt, Greece, and Palestine, accompanied by university colleagues. Bentinho offered to fund the expedition. In a moment of bitter reflection, Bentinho questioned the irony of financing the archaeological studies of a young man who was not his biological son. However, upon feeling the weight of such a thought, he felt cruel and tried to react with the affection dedicated to a real son. Ezequiel returned the gesture with a tender and grateful look, unaware of the internal conflicts that tormented Bentinho. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 146. There was no leprosy. Leprosy was not Ezequiel's fate, although fevers of every kind continue to plague human lands, whether ancient or recent. 11 months after the previous events, Ezequiel passed away, a victim of typhoid fever. He was buried in the vicinity of Jerusalem, where 2 of his university friends erected a tomb in his memory. The inscription carved into the stone, taken from the prophet Ezekiel and written in Greek, declared that he had been perfect in his ways. The friends sent Bentinho the texts in Greek and Latin, the drawing of the tomb, the statement of expenses, and the remaining balance of the money Ezequiel had been carrying. Bentinho reflected that he would have paid triple that amount not to have to encounter those memories again. Wishing to verify the accuracy of the citation, Bentinho consulted his Vulgate. He confirmed that the text was correct, but noted a supplement which stated that the deceased had been perfect from the day of his creation. Faced with this, Bentinho questioned himself silently as to when the day of Ezequiel's creation might have occurred. As no one offered any answer, he kept the question as one more mystery to be added to the many that make up the world. Despite the weight of that reflection, Bentinho maintained his routine, dined satisfactorily, and headed to the theater. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 147. The Retrospective Exhibition. Bentinho reflects on the state of his soul after the sorrows he faced, ensuring that he did not allow himself to be defeated or isolated in a permanent melancholy. He sought to live in the best way possible, and he did not lack companions who offered some consolation after the loss of his great love. Bentinho describes these relationships as brief whims, comparing the dynamics of his visits to the act of walking through a retrospective art exhibition. There was a peculiar routine in these interactions, where some visitors possessed greater comfort, arriving in carriages with coachmen, while others traveled more modestly. When the weather was unfavorable, Bentinho took care to fetch a hired carriage to accommodate them, accompanying their departure with formal farewells. In such moments, he used to ask if the visitor was taking the exhibition catalogue, to which they would reply yes and promise a return for the following day. However, these promises rarely materialized. Bentinho reports that he would wait patiently at the door, walk to the corner in the expectation of spotting them and check his watch, but no one would appear. When a new visitor presented herself, he would receive her and lead her through the exhibition, showing her the landscapes, the historical paintings, and the various artistic techniques present in the environment. In the end, the cycle would repeat itself, for these companions also eventually grew tired of the visit and departed, taking the catalogue with them, leaving Bentinho waiting once again. Dom Casmurro by Machado de Assis. Chapter 148, and Well, and the Rest. Bentinho reflects on the reason why no other person was able to erase the memory of his first affection. He questions whether it was because of those striking eyes, described as being like the tide or those of an oblique gypsy. However, the central point is not that, but rather the doubt regarding the continuity of Capitu's personality. Bentinho wonders if the Capitu of his childhood lived on Matacavallo's street, already contained within herself the essence of the Capitu of his youth, encountered on Gloria Beach, or if there was a transformation caused by some later event. Citing ancient wisdom, Bentinho ponders the dangers of jealousy, but ends up concluding that, by observing the young Capitu closely, one realizes that one was contained within the other, like the fruit protected by its peel. Regardless of the explanation for this evolution, what remains as the summary of his entire story is the pain of having seen his 2 dearest beings, his first friend and his greatest friend, unite in a betrayal against him. With a wish for peace for those who have passed, Bentinho ends his reflections and prepares to begin the story of the suburbs.